slide with me if you feel like 550 on the 5 sticky, come get high with me, that's a deal, right? Ride with me if you ride with me, you can slide with me if you feel like 550 on the 5 sticky, come get high with me, that's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? Ay, coming down like precipitation. I ain't never met a limitation. Hate applying my elimination. Gotta go to Google for the information. I'm a superstar, so I gotta shine. Top dollar be the bottom line. Bottom feeding niggas out of line. Turn your heart rate to a dotted line. Yeah, my zodiac probably dollar sign. Got the energy to win it, my nigga, I'm feeling great. Got a day with destiny, focusing on my fate. I don't give a fuck what you rapping, you been a fake. I'm everything that they ain't, it can't be, it won't be. Wanna see me fall, I can't go, I won't leave. Coming from the block with plain clothes and police. Straight up to the top with bankrolls and rollies. Ride with me if you ride with me, you can slide with me if you feel like 550 on the 5 sticky, come get high with me, that's a deal, right? Ride with me if you ride with me, you can slide with me if you feel like 550 on the 5 sticky, come get high with me, that's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? Ay, 12 can't really stop shit, so I'm still pushing like a mosh pit. Ice dripping, think I'm hot shit. In a yellow bucket with the mop stick. I've been jugging jams like wholesale. Everything must go sell. Hitting bitches with the oh well. Need 100 million on the low scale. On my worst night, I'm the best nigga. Wouldn't mess with you, couldn't cap to him. Homie spotted me like 700, brought 1100 right back to him. If I can't do it, then it ain't real. I just make dollars, I don't make deals. I've been going hard in the paint, still blowing kush clouds till I can't feel like. Ride with me if you ride with me, you can slide with me if you feel like 550 on the 5 sticky, come get high with me, that's a deal, right? Ride with me if you ride with me, you can slide with me if you feel like 550 on the 5 sticky, come get high with me, that's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right?
Hello, hello everyone, and welcome to another day of NACL OQ actions on Titan Esports NA. I'm your play-by-play Tokibi, and joining me is Aussie. How are you doing today?
I'm doing so well. I'm very excited to get into it today. We got 2 series gonna happen today. So how are you? How are you? Hopefully you're having a good day yourself.
Yeah, I was supposed to be part of the second series, got brought on last minute for the first. Really happy that it happened because this is going to be a pretty fun game. Mint versus Novasphere. And now, I'll be honest, I do know a decent amount of people over in the Challenger scene. I don't know too many of these players, to be completely transparent. Spencer is a top laner I've had my eye on for a little bit, has definitely been an up-and-coming top laner. And PVS is a name I know quite well. Very solid shot caller on the support, but other than that, these are all going to be new players to me, and I'm excited to see how well they do.
Yeah, I mean, for me, obviously, this is my first rodeo in casting this tier of League of Legends. So I'm excited. I don't really get to know too many people up here just yet, but hopefully, as I get more experience, I'll be able to network a little bit more, get to know some of these players. But I'm excited. Both of these teams, I think, look pretty close in skill wise. Obviously, Novasphere with a nice little challenger in the support role, which will be going up against PVS, which is going to be something to look out for, is just how well PVS is able to kind of maintain the rank gap there. Also want to point out that with the Senna buffs, it looks like there's a lot of potential flexibility here for maybe Ment, because PVS really liking Senna in support right now.
Yeah, it definitely adds a lot of opportunity there. Now, I'm an AD carry player myself. I've been really enjoying these Senna buffs, but support Senna hasn't gotten weaker. And when you have that organized team where you can have a farming tank, something like potentially Nautilus, Tom Kench was obviously the other big combination that we commonly saw. being able to kind of first pick Senna and decide how you want to play it later is definitely going to be a big advantage in the draft, but it is also fearless. So that is an advantage that you can only have once if you play it now. So it's just kind of interesting to see how this whole fearless thing really changes the dynamic of these drafts and of these games.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's been a great addition so far, right? Even professionally, I think it's been a fantastic addition as we are going to get loaded up into the draft here. But yeah, I really like Fearless as a format. It's been such a good thing to happen, I think, for viewers, as this is also going to be Fearless, as we mentioned. So Galio going to be taken away here. Jin Cao been playing a lot of Galio, so not at all surprised by that ban. Hui going to be banned away from Magmor as well. So a lot of mid priority from the ban so far.
Yeah, and I think it makes a lot of sense. Right now, mid jungle is usually kind of the more common role that can take over games, especially in this tier 3 level. As we also see the NACL ban, and NACL's been pretty popular in support lately, so that definitely could be a targeted ban elsewhere. But Galio at the same time is just so good at preventing teams from doing those aggressive dives, from doing those aggressive plays once it gets to that mid to late game. So I think getting rid of that is less a target ban towards Vietnam man fight. Sorry, it was a bit difficult to read that. But it's just kind of there for their composition, and I'm hoping to see a little bit of a dive comp coming out from NSG.
Yeah, interesting Corki ban as well. Corki kind of in a weirder spot right now. Not really performing the best, as Yona is actually going to be the first pick here. I'm excited to see the Yone. Has kind of been a hit or miss in recent memory, but has a lot of playmaking potential here. Obviously, pairs well with the Sejuani. Is Lucian going to be picked up here for Mint? So already some strong pairing. I wonder if they're thinking about some Lucian Senna gameplay here, as Senna's still on the table, as we mentioned. Gonna be the Ahri. I do like the Ahri pick away, one of the strongest mid laners currently. Also has a lot of playmaking ability. Is also quite good into the Yone. You have a lot of escape potential, so can't really get gone on. Cassante also very, very, very just standard blind pick top laner.
Yeah, very interesting picks there as well. Now, for the mid gaming, I do suspect that they're going to take Seraphine. I wonder if that's going to be a Seraphine APC, not from the support lane, coming from NSG. But I do suspect it's going to be a Nami or a Milio coming out here, just to make sure that they do have that combo. And instead, they're going to go for the Ambessa in the top lane. Looks like they really want to start playing aggressively.
I mean, they might be trying to feel out where the Seraphine is going first. I'm not necessarily too pressed. Obviously, if they do ban Milio Nami here, you're going to have to find a different answer. That is kind of the downside of doing so, as Milio going to be banned away here. Milio definitely a bit better in their comp so far, so definitely makes sense. I expect Nova to ban out the Nami, as mentioned here. Obviously, Poppy going to be banned away from Nova, because it answers pretty well into the Ambessa overall, so it's actually going to be the J4, so they will give up the Nami. If Mint want to take it, that is kind of up to them at this stage. But yeah, honestly, this Mint comp looking very spicy. It's actually going to be the Taric. Taric kind of been a sleeper pick for me recently. But I find that he might struggle a bit into the Seraphine, especially since you don't know where the Seraphine's gonna go. So,
yeah, I'm a little bit surprised about this Terry pick as well. I think there's a lot of aggressive play that can be done, just kind of pairing that stun with the dash coming from the Lucian. But at the same time, like you said, it's the Seraphine Sona bot lane. That's not something I've seen in a very long time. I mean, that's gonna be interesting to see, but it kind of completely negates Taric. A big part of that is giving that extra armor over to that AD carry, but armor doesn't matter. And in fact, we're also going to have a Graves in the jungle for mid gaming. I mean, these are two really interesting drafts. Kind of a wombo from NSG and Mint, just a bit of a solo QE draft. I mean, what do you think?
I mean, yeah, I think Mint's kind of more on the solo queue draft, especially like the Ahri Graves, like 2v2, kind of sticking out to me a little bit here. I'm not necessarily pressed with like the Lucian pickup. I think Lucian's in a fine spot right now. Obviously, like I said, Taric kind of a bit of a sleeper pick in this matchup. I don't think he's gonna have a good time, but I have seen crazier things work out here. And also Ambessa is not like a bad answer to Cassante either, so But this NSG comp, this is like more of like a real strong competitive draft here. Obviously would have liked to see a bit more heavier AP, magic damage come from their team comp, but the Seraphine and the Sona buffing up like a Cassante Wukong is just so incredibly scary.
Yeah, their team fight's going to be incredibly strong. They have so many different tools at their disposal that they can just kind of really throw out whenever they feel like it. They have so many different ways of engaging. They have the Fate Sealed coming out from the Yone. They have both of the ultimates coming from the bot lane, Seraphine and Sona. So that's going to be pretty interesting to see. But actually have a little bit of an update right now. Apparently, we're going to have a little bit of a delay. Spencer's runes did not save correctly, so they are asking for a remake. So there may be a little short delay before we do get into game itself, but obviously we'll keep you in the loop, and we will be getting into game as soon as possible.
Yeah, honestly, these comps are just like Mint could just completely blow open the game with this comp, right? Like that's kind of the benefit here, is they can just completely like blow open the game, right? Like you get the Graves ahead, he's like really really strong on an invade or something. The Ahri gets ahead, can start roaming the map. This bot lane very 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 gankable for the Ahri. In particular, just hit a charm and it's basically free. Because they have so much damage between the Ahri and the Lucian, like together, that Sona or Seraphine is just gonna get one shot basically off the charm. So, and then obviously, right, if Mbessa gets ahead, she's gonna be a menace on the backline with that public execution. Because Seraphine and Sona are like the only people who are gonna be in the backline by themselves, right? Cassante, Yone, and Wukong are going to be going forward more often than not. So if the Mbessa can actually get on the backline and disrupt it, there is some potential here for Ment to play out these team fights. I just find it's going to be less straightforward than Nova overall.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, Nova has a very set way to play. They want to have those big team fights. They want to have those big kind of group ups around the objectives. But I think I do see what you're saying, though. They do have a very strong possibility of just kind of blowing people up on the side of Mint. They're definitely going to be looking for those picks, and their team fight, if we look at Taric in terms of lane, definitely isn't quite as good as potentially that Nami pick would have been, but we were talking about the Wombo combo. Taric is the counter to the Wombo strategy. So I think that might have been where they were thinking with that draft. I don't know if they were expecting the full Seraphine Sona afterwards, but it's definitely going to be an opportunity for them to kind of try to contest those objectives, despite having the overall weaker teamfight composition.
Yeah, as it looks like we might be loading back up here, potentially.
Yeah, it looks like we're headed right into game number 1 between Mint Gaming and Novasphere Gaming. This is lower round of 4. Best of 3 fearless. Loser gets eliminated, but winner goes on. Now, looking over at the starting runes and masteries, is there anything that's really standing out to you?
Honestly, so far, not really. Obviously, I think Seraphine has a choice between Comet or Airy, but Comet here not going to be too bad. Helps a little bit more with damage-wise than the Airy does. Airy just a bit more defensive and more supportive towards the team. So everything here looks pretty standard. Maybe the fleet footwork on the Yone could have been lethal tempo, but I'm not even impressed about the fleet footwork, right? Stay healthy in the lane. Because that's going to be the hardest point for you. And obviously, you're not going to be like trying to 1v1 like the Ahri in the early stages, so the lethal tempo helping there won't really help you that much. And by the time you get benefit out of your lethal tempo, you'll have so much attack speed that your Q's on a short enough cooldown at that point anyways.
Yeah, exactly, but it's going to be a little bit of a trade happening already. The cleanse even going to be popped out from Ver with the flash. That is going to be first blood already going the way of Novasphere Gaming and, Mint Gaming, but we were not expecting that to really be a killing that early on, especially because of the shields, but level 1, they don't have the shields yet, they don't have the ability to defend, and they're just going to go down.
Very, very well played by the bot lane and from Mint there, recognizing the damage and like I mentioned in the draft, right, they have so much damage that the Sona Seraphine are actually a very, very, very big target for Mint to capitalize on. And Sona, level 1, completely pays the price, uses Flash and Heal, and even that's not enough, thanks to the Lucian damage. So, well played by Mint to find their first kill of the series, and they're looking very strong.
Yeah, and it's also a bit of a danger because Lucian snowballs quite heavily as far as ADCs go as a charm. Going to land decent trade onto Magmore as well. Now, gonna be fun to watch these two just kind of brawling it back and forth. Magmore might be going a little bit deep, but with all of those abilities gonna be on cooldown, not gonna be able to get the kill, but a CS lead's already growing for Vietnam and Fight. And Magmore gonna have to get a little bit of help from Rokid.
Yeah, already the early roam here. From Rokid obviously had nothing to do in bot lane, so just gonna roam, help the mid laner out, heal him up just a little bit. As no cannon miss there for Magmore, so only down 5 CS, but look at this invade.
Oh, Rokid gonna be walking up, gonna get hit by the Dazzle, and Rokid once again going to go down a bit bad, going to have the kill for themselves now. As Mint Gaming, they're up 2-0 at the 3.5 minute mark.
I mean, Rokid, you know, was seen in the mid lane there, and chose to walk a bit aggressively. Hold that thought, Jin Cao getting pretty low.
Yeah, looks like they'll both be okay, but Vietnam and Fight definitely gonna have to reset, maybe TP back depending on if they choose to. The wave's not in the worst spot for them, though. It does look like it will slowly be pushing away. But Magmore just going to be able to shove that in. So TP definitely going to have to be burned. That's a bit bad. In a bad spot. Magmore going to be jumping over the wall. Honest Abe going to burn the flash as well. A bit bad. We'll use that defensively as well. And just trying to trade back and forth. But it's 2-on-1. And Honest Abe going to get the first kill for Novasphere.
Yeah, I mean, excellent collapse there, at the very least for Novasphere to find a bit bad. But honestly, still need to point out here, right? Rokid's still getting bullied. Like, look at the HP. Just at half health thanks to the health pot there, but oh, yeah. Nice dash.
Yeah, Flash gonna get burned, and that's kind of what I was saying. That dash coming out from Ver definitely makes it so much more dangerous for Slamboy and Rokid. It pretty much guarantees that the Dazzle is going to land, and that's kind of the idea of this lane. It's still gonna have a big Enchanter, kind of big Enchanter buffs coming out from PVS's Tark onto Ver, which will give that damage amp, so very difficult for Slamboy and Rokid, and they're both very low on mana too now.
Yeah, I mean, they also have no summoner spells. Heal not even available at the moment, thanks to that level 1 play where Rokid went down, but yeah, this bot lane is actually Spencer getting shot
gonna get thrown underneath the tower. Pablo looking for the kill. Honest Abe's going to be here as well. Spencer trying to outplay it, but with Honest Abe here, Spencer does have flash. Could maybe try to escape, but it's gonna be a difficult task. Spencer, actually with the Ambessa, has the shield, has the flash, is able to get out. So no kill, gonna be going over to Novasphere, but at least Pablo will be safe and will be able to get the wave shoved in.
Yeah, Spencer, though, has the teleport available. Pablo does not, so Spencer going to lose maybe 1 or 2 creeps here under the tower, but with the TP should be okay, and honestly, kind of not something you want to see out of your Cassante, right? Already forced to back and use the teleport early, and is already getting back, and this is the first Ambessa back, right? Like, didn't have items up until right now, so do need to pay a bit more attention to that at the top side, because Pablo seems to be struggling at the moment, but has that nice little chain vest and ruby crystal, so obviously is also a Cassante. And honestly, if Spencer didn't get shoved and take that tower shot, there's a world where he probably could have played for Pablo to die and then also try to get out, but with the tower shot, a little too risky, as Drake is going to be picked up here by Mint as a response for that top gank. So they will find the Cloud Drake number 1 and Drake number 1 of the series for Mint. So far, I would like to say I think Honest Abe has been pathing pretty well so far this game. Going to find a little red buff invade as compensation for losing the dragon there. Especially with priority in the top side here, Pablo going to just be able to help him out, secure this red buff. As looks like big trade here onto NACL on the Ari as another
But
big
now they have
game
the
change
Dazzle
here.
Ver looking to dash in, but actually going to be a winning trade for Slamboy and Rokid. And I think that's kind of how they should be trying to play this, just trying to get those long range shots. They will always be able to outrange the solution, but as long as they don't get burst down, they should be able to just farm this up, and they do scale extremely well. If anyone's ever seen Sona Seraphine in the late game, it is so difficult to play into, but right now the question is going to be, can they get to that late game? Oh, but the Dazzle, not going to be able to land.
Yeah, very close there, as actually Spencer might potentially be in trouble setting up a dive here. Yona already getting pulled up here as well. Spencer going to be in a fight for his life in a 1v3. Oh, they're going to back off. All right, never mind. They decide to call it off. Probably a bit safer. Grubs are about to spawn. If play goes poorly, you lose Grubs, and then obviously whoever you lose in the top dive.
Yeah,
so.
but there's a fight going on over in the bot lane. Now the Cosmic Radiance is going to be coming through. They could enable them to dive, but Slamboy, we saw in the picture-in-picture, going to be able to walk away with about 50 HP. Just one more auto needed from Ver. And that was actually the flash burn from Ver and all summoners from PVS for that play. And unfortunately, they're not able to walk away with a kill, but Honest Abe's going to be able to walk away with the Grubs.
Yeah, they'll get the Grubs here. Bot lane is a bit more stabilized now that they have more HP, so they can start fighting for these waves again. But look at the CS lead on the Lucian.
Oh, but
as
a bit bad.
actually,
Going to be jumping in. They have the Fairy Charge, and they're looking for Magmore. Just one more hit, but no! They ran out of charges. Vietnam and Fight not able to follow up, and now a bit bad's going to be the one in danger. Is on the wrong side of the map. Honest Abe trying to get there as well, and a bit bad starting to get low on mana as there's a fight going on in the bot lane. Ver going to get taken down by Slamboy. A bit bad should be able to just run away here. Or as I say that, they are sending Rokid over, but PVS gonna come down as well. So it is a kind of a 2-on-2. The Slamboy is nearby, but not a lot of mana, not gonna be able to engage. And I guess that's kind of a 1-for-1 at the end of the day. But huge victory coming over for Novasphere, as actually the fight is still gonna continue. They have the Dazzle, and Honest Abe, all the damage went onto the clone, and now they have the crescendo over top, and it's just going to be PVS and a bit bad. They'll still be fine. They'll still be able to take the red buff and get away, as the goal lead has been evened up by Novasphere.
yeah, really solid play again by Honest Ape. Reads the mid game quite well, and Magmore just barely gets out with enough HP to live from the Ari as potentially a replay. Yeah, look at this replay here. As some trading actually in the picture-in-picture. And Bessa should be okay.
Yeah, they'll be fine. It's just top laners, or as I say that though, starting to get pretty low, and with the public execution is going to be coming in. And then meanwhile, Magmore takes down Vietnam and Fight. Pablo just needs one more auto, will be able to do that with the dash. And just like that, NSG is up 5-2. They were behind a decent amount early on, and now they have an almost 1K gold lead.
As there's fighting everywhere in the map, a bit bad looking for Magmore.
Sorry. And they're going to be coming in with the dash, but Honest Abe is in the area, so going to be a little bit difficult, but a bit bad. Still looking to get ready, still looking to try and get that end of the line, but Magmore going to be able to use that third Q and will be able to just jump out safely.
Something that's coming to bite Mint here is Nova is just so incredibly slippery, right? The Yona has bought himself so much time so far in the match, right? Cassante able to space the Ambessa away to find the solo kill on the top side. Really nice use of the flash to avoid the Q2. Yeah, look at this mid play. Like you can see, NACL here actually just falls so low. Sidesteps the Q3, but it's just getting auto to death, and Magmore just finds a very easy solo kill under the tower. Nice Q3 flashes, yeah, to Pablo up here on the top side. Just, Spencer disrespects. Actually, Ver getting very low.
Jump though, PVS now gonna get rooted up, and with another smash from the stick, Honest Abe gonna be on a killing spree. 3-0-0, and this is a character that scales incredibly well. Novasphere Gaming, they really seem to be coming out on top here so far.
Yeah, I think Mint is just pressing the gas pedal a little too hard, trying to overforce some of these plays. Obviously, right, you had such a big lead in the bot side that you want to keep pressing that advantage, but pressing a little too hard and Now they've both gone down. Ver obviously fell down earlier. TP used here, though, on this Drake.
Yeah, this should just be it for Novasphere Gaming. It's gonna be their dragon, so 1-1 Drake stacking not gonna be available for either of these two teams yet. And it will be the Hex Dragon coming out in the Hex Tech Soul that these two teams are gonna start playing for. And just kind of looking at the map state right now, Ver still winning pretty hard in the CS. Crescendo gonna get popped, and now they have the root over top. Ver gonna be taken down quite low, but with the healing coming from PVS, should be able to back away at least for now. But could be dangerous. Honest Abe is in the area, but so is a bit bad. And right now, Ver and PVS are just getting completely zoned off. But now it looks like they're looking for Honest Abe. Gonna look for the end of the line, but it's not gonna deal too much damage yet. And in fact, with the TP coming from behind, Pablo going to be in the area. The Dazzle going to be stopped. And now they're looking over with the Cosmic Radiance, but it's not there in time. A bit bad going to be the first to go down. But it's just going to be trade 1-for-1 of the jungler. Spencer now going in. Public execution lands it on to Rokin. And now the Dazzle over top again going to be blocked by Pablo. But they're still dashing forward. The all-out coming through. And now Pablo going to be the main target. Spirit Rush onto Pablo. Going to land. And now Vietnam and Fight does get one reset. One extra charge. Rocket gonna go down. Same with PVS in the backline. Bird is trying to get away. Fate sealed. You guessed wrong, Magmar. And now going to be alone. Spencer and Vietnam and Fight gonna be in the area. And Vert maybe even greeting a little bit, but going to get a little bit of extra damage. That will be the end of the fight. I don't know how many went down. I think it was a 4-for-2 in favor of Mint Gaming as they do retake that gold lead.
Yeah, really, really, really solid play by Ver there. Literally playing on the very, very, very fine line of dying there. As watch this, right? So this play starts off where it looks like Mint is just going to get caught out here. Pablo hits a nice W here, and the Tower Cult is a little late, so a bit bad just dies, but Ver finds the shutdown on the Wukong thanks to the tower shot. And this teleport by Spencer and the public execution, as I talked about in draft, hitting the backliners is just such a massive advantage for them. And also the Encore missing is such a huge, huge problem for Novasphere in this fight. As, yeah, Jincal gets so many Spirit Rush resets here. Rokid also falling down so quickly. Ver playing this so incredibly well. Really nice movement. Really nice flash. W just barely doesn't take him down. And this means Magmar gonna fall down very, very quickly. Does almost turn a kill potentially onto Spencer, but really well played by Ment to bounce back.
Yeah. And again, these gold leads just... At this point, I'm not even going to bother saying who has the lead because it's been back and forth the whole time. Neither one of these two teams can reliably hold on to it. And that's because both of these two teams are just playing so aggressively. They're fighting over every single step, and actually, with the current macro setup, Mint Gaming going to be able to take themselves the Herald. Now, the feats are still being contested. First turret is up for grabs. Same with the Monster Hunter feat. And hard to tell which one of these two teams is going to be able to get it first. But with the Monster Hunter available with the Herald, they should be able to get at least the first turret in favor of Mint. And it's just going to come down to those objectives.
Yeah, it's going to come down to the third objective here. As they are going to pick up mid tower, they might actually be able to secure a charge. Are gonna get in here.
Head in. Could be a bit of a dangerous spot to go in, but the eye's not going to get hit in time. But so PVS is going to be able to get the charge and back away safely.
Yeah, so they get two charges there. Kind of unexpected, but also look at this top side. Potentially
they're jumping on a bit bad. Slamboy going to get the beat drop. Going to get the encore as well. Crescendo over top, and now the Dazzle is going to come through. Going to stun up everyone. The Culling just hitting over top, and on a save, going to get taken down to half HP, and it's going to prevent any kind of follow-up, as Magnor also looking for a little bit of a play, but not going to find anything.
Well, in this play, right, they're actually dropping bot lane as well, so it's actually a loss for Novasphere, because they didn't pick anything up from Ment, so they are going to lose this bot T1. So nice little gold into Mint's pockets here, getting a lot of standing gold now. As gold lead going to go to 2,000, which is the largest it's been the entire match. Gen Cal going to need to walk this one a bit farther back to get the base there, but potentially in danger. Magmar wants it.
Yeah, Magmar just trying to waste as much time as possible from Vietnam and Fight. And I think that does genuinely make it quite a bit more difficult to play. Like, at this point, now the pacing is going to slow down, and Vietnam and Fight's going to be forced to either not reset or will be late for this dragon play. And neither one's really something you want here.
Yeah, I agree with you. Also, right, like the Ari also building the Blackfire Torch. Want to point that out there. So picks up a second Fiendish Codex. Has 5 stacks on the Dark Seal. So has quite a bit of AP now. As they are positioning around this third Drake. Is going to be the Hextech Soul in this match, which is quite good for either team. So if either team can pick it up, will be a very, very big boost in power, especially for Mint with how, like, just how good their pick potential is on their comp to Pablo.
But yeah, there's going to be quite a bit of trading happening here, but Spencer, again, has that shield on the Ambessa that makes it so difficult to trade into. But they have the rest of the team grouping up here as well, but there's no wave. So Spencer should be able to just reset out and maybe even TP back in. On full HP, it's a very difficult dive. But instead, they're looking over to the bot lane. The Dazzle not going to land onto Magmor. Going to be able to buy some time with the Soul Unbound. And in fact, we'll be able to buy more than enough time as Pablo going to TP down to the bot lane and kind of try to protect that Yone.
I mean, honestly, kind of just not a great TP there from Pablo, because now this just gives Ambessa free reign in the top side. Magmor not going to use the teleport in the top, so we'll be able to get there before the wave crashes, I believe. Might miss a couple minions, but tower should be overall safe, as there is actually some big rotations. Ambessa is playing for the wave, but you actually see here PVS already on the rotate as well. Magmor stacking up the Q now. Ambessa is going to walk that one off. So Spencer just gets some nice little tower chip damage, thanks to the teleport in the bot side. Walks it off, gets a nice little damage on the tower, picks up some CS, is up 1 CS on the Kazante, so very big win for the...
Soundboy gonna get jumped on. The Culling gonna get burned, but unfortunately no one else is in range, but that's still gonna be a lot of damage done to that mid lane tier 2. And now Pablo looking for Ver, but again, just gonna be able to walk it backwards, just kiting immensely. And Vietnam and Fight also in the area, just kind of poking around with that Orb of Deception. And I really like the way Mint's been positioning here. They're constantly pushing forward without ever overextending. And that's a very difficult balance to try and maintain. This 1-3-1 strategy that they're employing is not easy at all. Even a lot of the best challenger teams, they're gonna make mistakes when doing this. It's very easy to punish if there is an overstep. But right now, Mint, they are playing it perfectly, and they're getting really good value out of it.
I mean, yeah, I was actually just about to mention just how well Mint is playing, especially into the comp of Novasphere. They're just kind of pulling Novasphere around the map, preventing them from ever trying to get any, like, potential 5v5, which is a very, very, very large loss for Novasphere's comp, right? They want to be in those bigger fights. But because of how Mint has been playing, and especially because of how Novasphere has been reacting, like, it kind of feels to me like Novasphere is overreacting to a lot of these and over-rotating with too many members, that they're actually just slowly bleeding tower health, because Mint has just done such a great job at pulling Novasphere around the map, right? That mid-tier 2 very, very low now. The top tier 1 is getting a bit low. Nice charm here. So little poke damage on Magmor, but Atacon going to be pulled up here for Mint, as we might actually see a team fight. Magmor backing already.
Yeah, now this is where NSG, they want to fight here. They have the TP coming out for Magmor as well. The Dazzle does land. They get the Otacon. But what about the team fight afterwards? They have the Cosmic Radiance over top. Not going to be able to land onto a bad. But now they do have the Encore over top. A bit bad. It's going to be the first to go down. And now they have the Fate Sealed. Not going to get hit. But PVS is still going to go down. Vietnam and Fight going to be getting chased down. Public Execution not going to land from Spencer. But the rest of the team will be on top of Spencer. They get the root, they get the damage, and it is a 3-0 just for the Otacon.
Yeah, they will be able to pick up this mid tier 2. They in exchange for the tier 1 and losing the fight there. Honestly, for me, I think Mitch just probably shouldn't have fought there, right? Like, they got the Atacon, should have maybe committed a little harder to just fully getting out, but chose to fight there. And some very important things happening in this fight as we have the replay coming in. Actually, TP behind. Ver in trouble. Looks like Jincal going to be able to make it out with the Hex Gate. Lucian actually getting very aggressive there onto the Seraphine, but is safe, so nothing really happens off of that teleport in from Slamboy.
They did get tier 2 in mid lane.
They did, yeah. They did end up picking up the tier 2. So overall, not necessarily the worst trade for Mint, right? Especially because they got the tier 2, it's not as bad. But yeah, in my opinion, I really think they should have maybe just committed to trying to get out, because trying to like fight in such a choke point that Atacon forces you into a comp that has so much like mass AoE, as actually Jincal falling low.
Flashed on, and Magmor gonna be able to get that extra pick off. 5-1 and 2 on this Yone. This is gonna be a very hyperscaler for the end game, but that will be a trade for the 3rd dragon for Mint Gaming.
Yeah, also looks like they're going to go now and defend their mid-tier 1, and Bessa going to be here to defend the tier 2. They don't have a wave to threatening the top tier 2, so they will lose their mid-tier 1 for it. But yeah, Jincal just getting caught off, and Magbor has been playing the Yone so incredibly well, besides that one minor slip-up in the bot play that really opened up the door for Mint, but overall, Magmor been a really, really solid highlight for Novasphere so far in this match, that he has the keys to start carrying the match. You said it. Hyperscaling. He's doing it.
Yeah, but now the all-out gonna be coming in from Pablo a bit bad. Gonna get hit by the Fade Shield as well. And now Ver was trying to save it, but will be forced to just dash away. The PvS Dazzle gonna be able to keep Ver alive for a little bit longer, but again, that's another pickoff going the way of the team fight composition.
Yeah, I mean, a bit bad. 1-4-1 on the Graves. Graves struggling a bit in this match, I will say. So, I mean, over there, honestly, they're just completely overextended, right? You don't really have great vision control in their jungle. People are going to be resetting coming out of the base, so just gets quickly caught off there, but thankfully nothing they can lose for it at the moment. 40 seconds before the Baron spawns. So I suspect nothing large will happen for this 35 seconds left. But look at the vision control on this top side from Novasphere. They have so much information on this top side jungle that when the Baron does spawn, it's going to be very hard for Mint to be able to move around without them being seen.
Yeah, it's going to be a very good setup, but at the same time, Pablo getting jumped on in the bot lane, and a bit bad. Going to get the revenge onto Pablo there. 2-4-1 now on the Graves, and still needs a bit more items before they really come online, but Graves is one of those champions that does scale incredibly well later on into the game, but definitely still needs more time to get there, even with that extra kill.
Yeah, I mean, is kind of just a little bit behind right now. The Wukong 4-1 and 2, obviously, so is feeling great. Looks like the Wukong might be itemizing into a Randuin's, which is actually going to be a big DPS loss.
Yeah,
a bit bad getting caught potentially.
Out there right now, the Encore gonna get flashed out, and now the public execution into the backline. The crescendo came out from Rokid, and now they're going to be able to get the kill in the backline. Verse still charging forward, but it's just going to be the 1-for-0, but so many major cooldowns have been used, and Mint Gaming, they could definitely go for this Baron.
Yeah, major cooldown's gone. Now, you do need to keep in mind the Yone ultimate is going to be available. Ahri not going to utilize the TP just yet, is backing right now, so there is going to be a contest for this. Baron at 4K.
Yeah, now they have the Dazzle landing on it too, but they're still trying to go in. Honestly, Bull get taken down. That is the smite. Now Vietnam and fight in the backline. Lands the charm. Lands the Orb of Deception on it too. Still has one more charge of Spirit Rush. Looking for Slamboy. Just needs a little bit more damage on the charm. Does land. We'll get a reset, but everyone else is running for the hills. It's a 2-for-0. It's a Baron, and it's Mint Gaming shoving through that mid lane.
Yeah, now finally Mint are completely blowing open the game off of a really solid pick on Rokid, right? And that's something I mentioned in draft, is just how pickable their backline is off of public execution, right? Like, public execution is so good at getting access to the backline, especially when you're so, like, frontline heavy here. Watch this. Really nice flash away from a bit bad, but the public execution locks down the Sona. Really nice flash away with the crescendo, but Ver can be completely safe here thanks to the Tarek ultimate. Doesn't need to worry. And they find the first pick off there. Jinkel also manages to get here to this fight on time. And also something to mention, watch Mint here. They're going to stop all DPS on the Baron and completely try to blow up Ape here. Look at Ver's positioning as well. Positions himself away from the frontliners there. And the stack of his teammates. And nice sidestep here on the Yone ultimate from Ver. Ver been playing so well this game. Jinkel as well on the flank, on the backside of this team fight as well. Just putting in so much impact. And one of the biggest things, as you mentioned before that fight started, is they were missing such massive cooldowns for that team fight, right? Encore not available. And if they had that Encore, right, there was a potential they could have turned it there, but unfortunately using it moments prior means they lose that team fight quite handedly and the Baron.
Yeah, but now with that, they are going to have the Encore back up, looking for a bit bad, and they have a lot of jumping over top. The Dazzle going to be there to try and buy a little bit of time, and at the very least, it looks like they will be able to defend the Soul. Vietnam and Fight is behind them, though, so they could potentially look for a pick. With the Encore down, that is a major cooldown that will be missing during this upcoming fight. And it looks like Mint Gaming, they're considering fighting a 4v4. They're looking over the backline. They have the Cosmic Radiance, but it does land onto everyone. Ver, and then meanwhile, just trying to deal with the backline. Vietnam and Fight is in the area. The Orb Deception landing onto 3, but it's going to be Slamboy going down first, then Vietnam and Fight PVS. And now it's 4 versus 2, but Ver and Spencer are still alive, and I may have jinxed that a little bit. Ver's gonna go down, traded for Rokid, and that will be the second Dragon of the game going to NSG, and they're able to buy another 5 minutes on the Soul.
Yeah, they'll be able to buy themselves some time, so they find a nice win there. The biggest thing to me, right, is a bit bad in this match just keeps getting caught. Obviously, hasn't really been punished for it that hard, but this time it actually matters. Really nice Encore coming in here from Slamboy. A bit bad falls down very early in this fight, and then they really kind of try to overforce here with numbers disadvantage. Obviously, the Encore was down, but still every other major cooldown they have, the Crescendo, they have the Cyclone from Wukong as well here. And it's just so split up. Ver is fighting for his life against Cassante Yone here, so really not being able to put out the DPS. The Seraph's going to be coming out from the Seraphine there as well to keep her alive off of Jinkel's flank. And Spencer just really struggling to get through the front line at the moment. Needs maybe one more item to get that one done. But yeah, Ver also just gets gone on here by Magmore for the third time in the fight and finally falls down to him.
Yeah, now they're Encore onto a bit bad. Again, Crescendo used as well. And a bit bad still trying to get away. They have the Dazzle. And now Ver is in the backline. This time around, maybe they can try fighting it. But the Cyclone gonna be landing onto this Lucian. Ver just trying to back away, trying to kite out Honest Abe. Needs a little bit more damage, but it's not enough. Crushing Bull is gonna be more than enough. And in the meanwhile, Vietnam and Fight is gone. PVS is gone. Spencer's the only survivor. It's a 4-0 for Novasphere Gaming. And we've said this many times, but they have brought it back.
Yeah, I mean, this is literally just a back and forth game. A bit bad getting caught again, as we just mentioned, right? Just keeps getting caught out, and this is now also going to give the lead in gold to Novasphere. They are going to be able to pick up this mid-tier 2 off of the back of that team fight, and that Baron they got, completely gone. They lost the Soul. And now, as actually...
Now public execution onto Slamboy looking for that extra pick, and we'll be able to get one. Spencer just going to get a free pick for Mint Gaming, and this could be an opportunity for them as well. Baron is up in a minute, but Slamboy does have TP. Could they try to get a big enough setup to burst this down, do you think?
I don't think so. Like, with the teleport, I don't think so. But yeah, look at this replay. Like, a bit bad just walking zero vision in their jungle. By himself. No one walking with him, just completely decides to walk into the jungle, gets completely bursted down. Ver with a very interesting look here, just unfortunately unable to convert the kill between the support, like the support ability from both the Seraphine and the Sona tied together. They heal up so much HP, so we'll give props to Ver there. Does find a decent angle there, just unfortunately not enough damage to get that one done, but... A bit bad has really got to pull it back. Like, he really needs to respect Vision here, because This is the third time that he's gotten caught, and now twice in a row that it's led to like a major disaster for Mint in the last 5 minutes.
Yeah, I definitely need to be more aware of the positioning, especially now that Baron is coming up. So now both teams going to be looking towards that top side, but Vietnam and Fight does have TP, does have bot side pushed in. Could be an extra threat that NSG will have to respond to. As now PVS and Vert, they are on vision to Pablo, able to kind of scout them out, but they're not going to overextend. Once again, they're not going to let themselves get picked off right before this objective.
Yeah, this is really how I want Mint to start playing, right? Like, be a bit more respectful now, because you did have such a very large like tempo lead, but now you've got cost it. But Baron gonna be pulled up here. They have so much burst damage.
Yeah, TP is going to be coming through as well. Honest Abe and Slamboy, they have the team fight composition. And Pablo even going to jump over the wall with the blast going to Magmar, looking for the Encore, not going to be able to land. So that's one major cooldown already used, and they still have Vietnam and Fight shoving in the bot side. So now, right now, Mint Gaming, they are forced to continue onto this. Pablo going to try to buy some space. Will be going down. Vietnam and Fight is in the backline, but Crescendo has landed. Bear's already taken, but what about the fight? They've lost Slamboy. Magmore is going to follow, and now it's just going to be Rokid. Ver will be able to take that down. It's a 4-0. Honest Abe will go home with the Baron, but Mint Gaming, they could look to end right here.
Yeah, they can look to end very, very low here. Same thing with Jincal on the Ahri. They both need to be careful because Abe can one-shot them. He's going to try for it.
Looking over for Vietnam and Fight in the backline, but Spencer's going to be here, and a 1-for-1 isn't worth it for Honest Abe. Just needs to buy some space. So now all 5 members are gone. It is going to be the ace. They still have the minion wave. Honest Abe wasn't able to clear that away, and there's still 6 seconds on Pablo. Pablo could try and buy some time, but right now it's going to be difficult. Both turrets are going down a bit bad. Still trying to auto it. Dazzle going to get the stun as well, buying even more time. The call from Ver, and it's going to be enough. Mint Gaming, they take game number 1.
Really well played by Mint there. Well, I mean, they kind of had some throw moments, but that happens, you know, every now and again. Of course, this is open qualifiers for Tier 3, so that is to be expected. But Mint, hold on. They don't tilt off of some questionable decisions and bounce back, especially that early game bounce back. To me, like, that's a very big mental win for Mint because game was kind of not going their way for a little bit there. And then they completely turn it around off of a fantastic bot play. Ver, I can't give enough props to just how well Ver played this match. The positioning so incredibly well, the spacing so well, the amount of damage he was able to put out this game, just absolutely absurd. Also, Jincal finding some very, very unique angles on the Ahri in these team fights to really disrupt the backline. And they did what I said they needed to do in draft, right? The fact they can get on the backline and completely disrupt because of just how much frontline that Novasphere decided to draft for themselves. Public execution was used very well, right? Found the Sona, found the Seraphine a couple times in that match. And they were just able to completely open the fights off of that. And also some unfortunate encore uses here for Novasphere kind of led the demise.
Yeah, that's always going to be that issue when you have those big ultimates. You're either going to win a fight completely or it's going to whiff, and that's your main tool. Once that tool is gone, it's so hard to get right back into it. And Roken and Slamboy, they both had kind of both types of these ultimates. Sometimes they do land the Encore and Crescendo and just completely wipe Mint Gaming off the field. And sometimes they whiff, and Spencer and Vietnam and Fight, they just don't care anymore. There's nothing to threaten them. They just go in and win.
Yeah. Also, though, something to be mindful moving forward for Mint is a bit bad has got to stop getting like picked out in very, very weird spots. So, respecting some vision, respect your vision line. You know, obviously on the Graves there, struggled a little bit, but when it mattered, showed up. So that's okay. Just moving forward, right? I would really like to see Mint, especially even with like some of their early game plays, like just take your foot off the gas pedal a little bit more, so that way you don't overextend and then over aggress, and then you put yourself being behind, because that was a very real possibility here. And thankfully that big bot lane fight that was basically a 5v5 just completely went their way and let them into the game. But if they don't find that, I would have feared for Met in this game.
Yeah, I mean, for sure, but maybe a bit bad. We'll be able to fix their positioning as we are going to head to a break. But when we come back, it's going to be game number 2 between Mint Gaming and Novasphere. So don't go anywhere. Welcome back, everyone. It's time for Game 2 between Mint Gaming and Novasphere Gaming. It's 1-0 for Mint, but As always, I'm joined here with Aussie, and what are your thoughts for this upcoming game?
Well, obviously, this last game was literally a fist fight. Both teams just brawling it out the entire match. Novasphere had some really good looks, and they had some not so solid looks in the game. So I'd really like to see Novasphere kind of draft similarly, but also I want to see them not like bite down so hard unnecessarily on things that Mint are trying to get them to do, right? Especially like the mid game from last game. Novasphere just getting drug around the map by Mint the entire time. They bled so much tower HP, so much standing gold was just gone off of that, as we are going to be loading up into the draft here. And for Mint, I want them to have a more solid game, right? Have a bit of a cleaner game. Because once they were in the driver's seat, kind of felt like they were going to stay in the driver's seat, but kind of tossed it back and forth here and there.
Yeah, well, maybe this time around, Mint will be able to play a little bit cleaner, but with it being Fearless Draft, and especially for NSG, who played that Seraphine Sona, what kind of changes do you expect for them to have, especially in that bot lane?
Honestly, I'd like to see a Varus here. They are staying on the blue side here, so pick out Varus, get yourself a more traditional bot lane. Give yourself some more stopping power as well. Like I mentioned, Seraphine, last game, they were kind of missing a bit of magic damage. Obviously not the end of the world, right? Still, the Seraphine did more than enough damage than they needed, but still, something with a bit more stopping power. Is Tristana going to be banned away here from Novasphere? Tristana in a very good spot here, actually was just played in LEC an hour ago, and it won. So not going to spoil the series, but putting that out there. But Tristana looking pretty good. They're going to Mint is keeping this Corki ban. So Senna going to be first pick. We talked about it in the first game. What are your thoughts on the Senna? I mentioned mine. What are yours?
Well, I am one of them Senna abusers right now in solo queue. Just since the patch came out, I have a 67% win rate on that champion. It's really good right now. Obviously, it does need some time to get going. You're not going to get early priority on it. You're not going to be able to get any early kind of push on it, which does make it a little bit more difficult to play. Now, assuming that's going to be a support Pantheon going over to PVS, though granted it could be a bit bad playing the Pantheon as well, Varus is, with any kind of engaged support, is so difficult to play into as a Senna. The main thing you're worried about is getting burst down early. You're not going to be able to trade effectively. The heal on the Q needs time before it scales up. But overall, if you can scale it, it's completely unstoppable and unbeatable.
Yeah, we kind of mentioned on our break, we were talking back and forth. The fact that Xin Zhao was missing from the last draft, we would have liked to see Mint pick it up in the last game, but here it is, making its first appearance and only appearance in this series, as Novasphere are going to pick up Xin and Aatrox, as the Urgot is going to be the response to the Aatrox on the top side. So a lot of pressure on Spencer here to perform, because again, a behind Urgot is kind of 4v5ing your team, so you don't want to fall behind here if you can avoid it. Curious to see how Spencer's going to do. To touch on the Pantheon, obviously has the flexibility between support and jungle. A bit better than jungle right now, but that's okay. As I do agree with you, right? If it is the support Pantheon, the Senna is going to really, really feel so uncomfortable in walking forward. Especially early, especially with the burst from Varus as well, right? Varus has so much burst thanks to the W that the Pantheon Varus might just be able to one-shot her off of a single Panth W. So Taliyah going to be locked in here for Gen Cal. Gen Cal had a pretty good performance on the Ahri last time. Taliyah also in a pretty strong spot right now. Does pair good into the Xin Zhao as well. As Braum going to be the support here. Honestly, not too mad, but I don't think Senna's going to be proccing that as fast as something that's a normal 80 carry.
No, I think this is just there to kind of buy time as, okay, now I'm a little bit worried for NSG. They have way too much scaling in their team composition as far as I'm concerned right now. Because Mint Gaming, we saw this over in game number 1. They like to play fast, and Rakan definitely going to be able to speed things up with the quickness. Yeah, a little pun there, but it's going to be the both Senna and the Acel. They need time to get their stacks. They need time to get their items before they're going to be useful. You have to play for the top lane basically on the side of NSG, because they're not going to have priority in mid. They're not going to have priority in bottom. So I'm curious what their what their strategy is going to be for this game.
Well, maybe this might be like a response to how Mint played the game last game, as we are going to be loading up onto the Rift here for game number 2 between Mint Gaming and Novasphere. Mint obviously up game number 1, as it's time for NSG to bounce back. This is the loser's bracket, of course, so if you lose this game, you're completely gone, so need to dial in here. But to finish about my point, I really want to see Novasphere try to just play a more clean game, especially now that they're scaling. They really need to have a clean early game, because if Mint are allowed to just have their way in the early game, I really, really fear that Novasphere's comp is just not going to come online in time.
And it's definitely going to be a little bit difficult for them, as now they're just going to be chucking spears into that brush, just kind of preventing any kind of recall coming out from Magmar. It's not a ton of damage, but it's definitely enough to give Jinkel a little bit of an advantage in that lane. And they're just continuously walking forward. They have vision of the Raptors. They have vision of the blue buff. It's going to be difficult. Honest Abe is just going to be tracked throughout most of this time in the jungle.
Yeah, something I also want to point out about their draft is they drafted Zhao, and then, you know, they have Ace Soul mid and Sess in a bot lane, which is less than ideal. So you touched on it a little bit. Maybe they get active in the top side here. If they do put the Urgot behind, that is very, very good for Novasphere, right? Because, you know, Urgot from behind is very, very, very bad. So really nice trade from Slamboy so far in the lane, but should have a nice little advantage in the level 1, as Forest Recon not going to be the strongest.
Flash gonna get burned by Ver there. But as someone who's been a Senna enjoyer, sorry, I have to just bring this up because it's going to bother me if I don't. They are not trading well into the center right now, as another stun just going to be landing on a PVS. The idea is you need to have long trades against the Senna. The quicker the trade, the more the Senna is going to be able to win. And now they have level 2 advantage, going to be looking for that route, but the last embrace not going to be able to land. But I'm a little bit confused. I genuinely think that Ver and PVS, they should have the advantage here. They do need a couple levels on the Vars first, but they've already given away quite a few stacks over to Slamboy, and that's just going to make things so difficult for them.
Yeah, and Rokid finds a nice little ward there on the bot side blue side there, so they are going to be able to see a bit bad, as actually they're going to see a bit bad crossing mid. Magmar already low though.
Yeah, now they're going to be trying to buy a little bit of space in the flash. Gonna get burned. The seismic shove just not going to be just going to be in a really terrible spot for Magmar. That's going to force the flash and force the reset. But at the same time, it doesn't seem like Jinkel and a bit bad can steal the Raptor, so it's just going to be that as the victory. But now they're going to be able to land the stun, or not the stun, but a bit bad. Going to be able to flash anyway. So Winner's Bite going to have more than enough of a threat for that play.
Yeah, something that kind of happened here, though, is
Senna actually has landed, and now they have the Winner's Bite as well. Ver going to get it taken down a little bit low, but the final stun is not going to be able to come through. The final proc won't be in range.
Yeah, obviously Senna rotating there does drop her down quite a bit of CS, actually down 10 at the moment. Cleaning up this wave means she's not going to be down that much at all, but to point that out there, she did opt to rotate there in the top side. But already getting aggressive on the map is Mint. Seems to be the playstyle they're enjoying the most so far in this series. A bit bad though, forced to use Flash. Abe potentially going to find a nice lane gank angle.
And Slamboy even feeling confident to just play aggressive with that. Getting so many souls on this Senna. It's slowly getting poked down, but with the way the wave set up, should be able to shove that in and get a reset soon enough. And that's going to be difficult, because right now, if you're not super far ahead into a Senna early, you are behind. That is kind of the mentality that these players need to start taking, but first reset is going to come through, and it's going to be immediately that extra item. Looks like it is the Kraken build coming through, as a bit bad looking for this mid lane push, but the angle's just not going to be there for the gank.
Ooh.
Oh, but now Magmore gonna start getting low. Just needs a couple more hits. Threaded volley, not gonna be off cooldown, and will be able to find it in time. Will flash away from the turret, but that's first blood going over to Jin Cal. And now Honest Abe wants to fight again. Threaded volley going out over top, but with the flash, gonna be able to take down Jin Cal. And now it's 1 against 1. A bit bad versus Honest Abe. Has the spear, but the wind becomes lightning. Honest Abe gets the double kill and gets away. Big play for Novasphere Gaming.
Really well played by Ape there. Stacks up the Q3 and flashes on top of Gen Cal. Finds the very quick kill onto Talia there off of a bit of an overstay here. They were very, very greedy for Magmore here. They do find it, but still they do miss out as Gen Cal just tries to help. And yeah, look at that. Just straight up flash Q3 auto. Finds Jin Cal very quickly. A bit bad with the HP disadvantage into...
Oh, there's a kill in the bot lane. Ver gonna be able to take down Rokid, but Slamboy gonna trade it right back. It's a 1-for-1, but that was a 2-on-1 play. But now they're going in. PVS looking for the 1v1 with the AD carry. One more auto is needed. PVS going to get the kill, but that's a massive wave that will be missed by Ver, but another 2-for-1 in favor of Mint.
Yo, my bad, Mint. We're just brawling everywhere that we can. You know, excuse me for trying to make a point, guys. As actually...
But now the fight's pulling through again, and now Wind Becomes Lightning lands. Audacious charges there. PVS trying to buy some space, trying to buy some health, but it's not enough. And now PVS going to get hit with those frost attacks, but instead they're turning away towards a bit bad. They have the 3-talent strike. They have the knock. A bit bad trying to get a pick in the back line, but it's not going to happen. Magmore going to get the kill, and it's a 2-for-0 for NSG this time.
All right, surely I'm allowed to say something here. As just again fist fighting everywhere. Ape though showcasing just how good of a jungler they are. Around the map is where he needs to be at every point so far in this match. 2-0-2 on the Xin Zhao. Drake has spawned, but no one's going to be contesting that just yet. Slamboy
on his Slamboy, and they even have the corrupting chains, but Rokid was able to block that away. It's not too much damage going to go. The embrace is there, and now Ver going to get stunned up and finished off by Slamboy. Honest Abe, just everywhere on the map right now. It's just been part of so many kills.
Yeah, I mean, just playing so phenomenally, even in the first game as well, in the early game, Abe just playing really, really solidly. Now, the problem here for Mint is, you know, they're getting baited by their own aggression here, just constantly over-aggressing. And something I do want to mention in this game is the Varus is not going to be playing poke, and that is something I actually would have really loved to see this match. Would have been the poke Varus, right? Because you hit the Asol, you hit the Senna. With, like, Talia poke as well, you're just going to do so much more damage. Also puts you out of range of like needing to deal with like the Aatrox and the Xin Zhao in most scenarios. So is going to be the on-hit Varus here for Ver. So we'll have to check in with him later in the game to see how that one's going. It's a bit bad.
Yeah, now they're going to be fighting. They have the stun. They have the grand entrance landing on a 2. Crescent Guard going to get used. And Aurelion Sol with the Falling Star going to be able to land, and a bit bad. Again, going to be their focus. It's 3v4 here as Pablo going to be in the area. Dawning Shadow over top just to help out, but was already the pick off, and a bit bad. Going to go down again. And Novasphere just really taking over this map.
Yeah, I mean, for a scaling comp, they are feeling very, very happy right now. As this Asol, 3 kills, Senna, 2 kills, the Xin Zhao also with 2 kills for themselves. They're feeling very happy right now. All of their scalers have kills, the Xin Zhao's ahead. This Pantheon is very, very, very behind now.
Actually has jumped in, stolen one of the grubs, and looks like we'll be able to finish off the other 2 as well. So kind of a really solid play there, understanding that Honest Abe does no longer has backup, doesn't have the cooldown, so the Grand Starfall just going to get all 3 grubs for the side of Mint. So at least they get something off the map there.
Yeah, they do find something as some compensation, but still feeling quite bad here. 1,500 gold lead for Novasphere. As, yeah, Senna actually going to be opting in for...
The corruptions have landed. Slamboy starting to take a lot of damage. Ver needs to get closer, and Grand Entrance is going to help out with that. And PVS going to be able to get the last hit, but I don't think they care. They're just happy the Senna is off the map. And now to Pablo, could be the next one. The Flash E gotta come through. They have the extra stun, and with this, the press, the fear beyond death will get the kill, and Mint Gaming, again, gonna be on the map, just back and forth, the fighting for these two teams.
Yeah, I was going to point out Senna is going built up the Shiv there before she did fall down, and really well played by Spencer there to bait to Pablo into overstaying, and a bit bad finally answering back on it.
It's gonna be coming through. Rokid not gonna take too much damage, but will come through with the Glacial Fissure, and now they are trying to chase on to Vern. Slamboy might be able to get the stun, but now another Grand Entrance. They have the Seismic Shove, and Slamboy gonna get taken down again. They have the extra stun. The Unravel to Earth will be able to stun a Broken, but another one for nothing, and Slamboy just got back to lane, still sitting at 63 CS, and will miss another cannon wave as Mint Gaming get the shove.
Yeah, and Jincal, just such an excellent roam. Mint Gaming, again, showcasing they can fight back after some early game mistakes. PBS now needs to be careful. Abe does have Flash.
Yeah, but they do have the quickness, and it will be able to charm up Honest Abe enough to prevent that kill from going through. It will delay the reset, which could in turn kind of give the Dragon over to NSG, but even so, I think with that mid prio, it's going to be very difficult for them to get it, but Honest Abe going to start it up anyway.
Yeah, they are going to start it up here. Looks like the ultimate from ASOL will be the Empowered Skies Descent, so we'll have that potentially. Actually, excuse me, it's on cooldown. I don't know what I'm talking about. Excuse me. But yeah, they are going to be able to find this Drake, so really nice tempo catch here from Novasphere. Mint Gaming, though, fighting back, showcasing that just some early game mistakes are not going to hinder their progress in this game. As Spencer on the board on the Urgot, right? Ver now 2-2-2. And also PBS picking up 2 kills on the Recon. As excellent roam by Jincal there. They kind of bait in Slamboy a little bit, and they find a phenomenal play to turn that one back around.
Yeah, but it looks like the next fight should be coming through shortly. PBS starting to position aggressively. I don't know if they know if Rokid's here, but it says there's fight over to the top side, and now they're going to be jumping through a bit bad. Going to be the target once again, and to Pablo going to be able to get that kill. Meanwhile, over in the bot lane, PBS still going to be trading with Rokid. Quickness is coming off cooldown soon. They could try to re-engage, but they're going to actually get the double stun coming through the Piercing Darkness. So the fight's going to be over now, but Slamboy gets very low. And again, the quickness is available. Jincal coming in from the side as well. Weaver's Wall going to get thrown. Quickness into Grand Entrance. All that's needed. They get 1. They get 2. TP's going to be coming, though. And now they have the Skies Descent from Magmore. It is available, and it is going to get thrown down. Grand Entrance not going to land. And now Magmore trying to get away, but Jincal going to be able to get the kill. To Pablo is still in the middle of everyone, just trying to trade with Ver. And it is going to be an even trade so far, but Jincal just needs a couple extra hits. And they have the Grand Starfall as well, but Bit Bad not going to be able to find the angle. I believe that was a 3-for-3 in the end, but that was a lot more brought in from NSG. But Mint Gaming, they also get the plates.
The downside of that play as well is Magmore will lose the Empowered Skies Descend as a Bit Bad.
Oh yeah, another TP is going to be coming through. This will be Magmore joining into the fight. They have the stun onto a Bit Bad, and Magmore just going to go completely past them for now. Going to get stunned up as well. Bit Bad still surviving for quite a bit of time, but still not going to be enough. The 3-on-1 with the TP will net them the kill for NSG.
I swear every time I try to make a point, there's just more fighting. They do still find the first tower in the bot side there, so their death does mean something. They will maybe potentially find this play in the mid lane. Abe getting wrapped around though.
Yeah, now they are going to get jumped to the back. Wind becomes lightning, doesn't land. They have the overarching shadow. And now Ver going to get taken down. Magmore going to get 2. And this ASOL 7-2. This is a very scary prospect for Mint Gaming.
Yes, so fed. It's actually Spencer finds a solo kill on the top side there as Jin Kao.
We're timing on a Jin Cal, but a bit bad. It's going to be in the area as well. Crescent Guard going to buy a little bit of space. Magmore actually going to get executed to the turret. No kill going over from Mint Gaming, but that is going to be a pretty big priority getting taken off of the map for at least 30 more seconds.
Okay, I think I can talk now. Hopefully, give your voice a rest here. Yeah, honestly, Novasphere fighting back and Mint once again showcasing just a bit over aggression as they overstay for this mid tower. And they also, in that bot play, overstayed for the bot tower a little bit. Obviously, a bit more positive play there for Mint, but we're at 24 kills at 15 minutes. So this game has kind of been a non-stop brawl fest as... yeah, you said it perfectly. This ASOL is just so deadly at this point. We're almost finished with the second item at this point. At 15 minutes, 8 kills. Has the Rylai's completed. Is working on the tier as well. Means at 3 items, this ASOL is just going to be so formidable for Mint.
Yeah, but one thing they do have going for them is they were able to kind of keep them down 20 CS overall compared to Junkai. Could, in theory, help lower the pacing, and with all the turrets that they've taken off the map, again, just going to kind of bring down this momentum, but now they're bringing 3 members and Slamboy dealing so much damage over the top now. Should definitely be above 40 souls. Well, I wouldn't be surprised if Slamboy is getting close to 60 now, and the main thing with that Senna, once they hit 80 or 100 souls, it becomes so difficult to play into them. Unless you're able to get a flank play, this Senna is just going to be able to deal consistent damage the entire team fight. As now the invade coming through. The smite is going to be there for a bit bad, but Falling Star going to be coming in from the top. But now in the backline, they're looking for Slamboy. They're able to knock them back with the seismic shove. But now the team fight's really starting to go open. Spencer has TP'd in. Ver is there as well. Chain of Corruption lands onto Honest Abe. And we'll be able to buy a little bit of time with Crescent Guard, but it's a 2-for-0 going the way of Mint Gaming as the Dragon spawns. So this may also be able to net them those feats.
Yeah, Ver gonna start up this Drake here. They are hovering Jin Cal. Seismic Shove gonna miss. So Magmore gonna be okay.
It looks like they want to fight to Pablo. Going to be using that World Ender. I don't think they were aware that PVS and Spencer were in the area. But no one's gonna go down. Just a little bit usage of those cooldowns.
Yeah. But, like, look at this play, right? So they find the invade, but Slamboy completely disrespects just how squishy Senna is. And they have so much pick potential in CC, right? Jincal hits the easy seismic shove on a stun Senna there. And Honest Abe just at the wrong part of the fight. Does use a nice little Crescent Guard there, but ultimately doesn't mean much. As that will net Mint a very pivotal team fight win, and also the Drake. In a time where they kind of desperately needed it, PBS.
Yeah, might actually be getting jumped upon pretty hard here. The flash is going to get used. All from landing one last embrace from Slamboy is now Ver. Another last embrace is going to land, and now Magmore looking forward. They're all pushing, but now with the quickness, with the Grand Starfall over the top, it is going to be 1-for-0 so far. And now they do have Magmore. They do have the fear beyond death. And that's going to be a 2-for-0 Weaver's Wall. Just trying to catch even more. And they're able to block both of them in. Rokid's going to go down. To Pablo going to go down. It's a 4-for-0. Baron is not up yet. I was going to call for Baron, but it's only 18.5 minutes.
Yeah, mid tier 2 for sure going to fall down here. Maybe even potentially T3 in the bot lane. Jincal going to get found out by Abe. Forced to use the flash there, but... it should be the Herald and the mid tier 2, so they are going to back away from mid lane there after they take the tier 2 to pick up this Herald. As mid, once again, they find the team fights that matter, right? They might have made a couple mistakes in this early game, but in this mid game, just like last game, playing it almost to perfection here. As honestly, that turn from PVS was so phenomenal. Chains it up perfectly with the Grand Starfall, as we're going to see here in this replay. PBS originally gets caught, forced to flash, and the fact PBS even finds this turn with no flash is just so stellar. So stellar.
Yeah, just everyone grouping together in that choke point. PVS sees the call A bit bad sees the angle as well, and just as a team, they're able to get such a massive play for themselves. But the main thing for me here is the follow-up. Look at that Weaver's Wall, just perfectly positioned. To Pablo and Rocket have nowhere to go. They're just completely stuck here, and that's what gets them those other 2 kills. So huge team effort coming out from Mint Gaming for that play.
Yeah, and I'm really glad, right? Mint Gaming just are all on the same page, right? PVS sees that angle, and they immediately all just turn around and start the fight. Like, there's no hesitation. It's just straight on. They're ready to go. Jincal, as you mentioned, with a fantastic Weaver's Wall there. Basically pixel perfect there to lock them in. So well played by Jincal in this game overall. Has made some phenomenal plays around the map so far on the Talia. As, honestly, Atacon getting started up here, I don't think there's a world in which Nova is going to contest this one. Probably just going to give this one away. But, that being said, there still is a ticking clock for Mint here, right? Senna and Asol. Asol a bit more accelerated due to how fed he is currently, 8 and 4. Senna falling a little bit behind here. As actually Grand Starfall
gonna get used. They're looking for Magmore, but the range not gonna be there. Not gonna be able to land that shield vault. And now they're bringing in 4 members to try and defend onto this, but I think both sides here would be willing to fight, as immediately the Sky's Descent going to be coming through, and just going to be the flash used from a bit bad. That is definitely not worth the trade. Mid Gaming should be in a really good spot after that, especially considering Pablo roamed down and Spencer is just free shoving over to that top side.
Yeah, Spencer free shoving here, and they're basically locking them down, staying in this bot side. As now, to Pablo making the very sad, slow walk to this top lane turret to try to defend it. They will lose this bot T2 as well, thanks to the Herald. And Mint just showcasing how good their mid-game macro has been. They don't bite off more than they could chew. Ver? Okay, he's just gonna ride this one out. To top lane, actually. Oh, can he drift? Oh, he can't drift it. But might get the charge still. As yeah, we'll actually get the turret in the top lane. So good driver control from Ver there.
Yeah, but Ver getting jumped upon. Chains of Corruption has landed. Pablo starting to get low, but it's gonna be Ver going down first. Now Spencer TP's back in, but TP'd into no man's land, forced to flash away. Ver maybe got a little bit too excited after that Herald play, but everyone's on top side, so Mint Gaming should at least be able to secure the dragon.
Yeah, this will be Drake number 3 of the game. It is going to be an Infernal Soul, so either team would very happily take this, but there might be some contest from Abe. Is a bit bad, is not doing this quickly at all. Abe posturing at the very least.
Yeah, going to be hard to find the angle, though, is on Vision, and that's going to be the dragon gone. PVS could potentially look for a play, but just going to use the grand entrance over the wall, get back to safety. And it's second dragon of the game going over to Mint Gaming.
Yeah, Ver a little overexcited, as you mentioned, but does find the top D2 for his life, so obviously not ideal. They do find the Drake, though, which is the important factor, as that will be Drake number 2 for Mint. If they can secure the soul, right, with the poke damage they have between Talia, and I guess, like, technically Pantheon could poke if he wants to start chucking spears out, but specifically this Talia, right? The Talia 7, 3, and 3, building into potentially a Rabadon's here. I would really be curious to see just how much poke the Talia is going to be able to put out with an Infernal Soul, because if it hits like a Senna or it hits like the A-Soul, they're like going to get chunked so hard.
Yeah, all it takes is one combo, and that's kind of what you really want out of your Talia. And at the same time, for most of the champions on the side of Novasphere, they all have dashes. They all have some manner of jumping or moving between plays that aren't blinks. It's just going to be Magmar and Rocket that wouldn't get stunned up by that Unraveled Earth. And that makes navigating these team fights so much harder, because that means it's going to be harder to get in position to peel. It's going to be hard to get in position to dive. No matter how you want to reposition, it's just not going to be available for you. As long as Juncal has the proper positioning for the Unraveled Earth, it gives them a massive advantage in those team fights.
Yeah, and also something that hasn't been touched on a lot this game is Spencer on this Urgot. 3-0-1. completely dominating in the right spots at the right time as...
Yeah, the fight could be breaking forward, but I'm wondering what they're even fighting over. There's no objectives up in the area. Baron will be spawning in 20 seconds, but it looks like they're going in. The quickness is going to be used. Grand Entrance not going to find anyone. And a bit bad, maybe a little bit too far ahead, but they're still DPSing over top. Dawning Shadow going to hit everyone, but it may not be enough. It's 1-for-1 so far. Spencer just trying to fight, but Pablo jumping on Vern to the back line and will be able to get that trade. And now they're still chasing for more. Slabboy and Magmore both alive. Spencer just going to be able to jump away. Seismic Shove going to find it onto Rokid. And actually, Fear Beyond Death will be able to pull back Rokid. Makes it a 3-for-2, but Novasphere Gaming still coming out ahead in that fight.
They thankfully find enough members to not let them do Baron, which would have been my concern. Mid... like, I don't know what this play is supposed to be. There's literally nothing to do besides maybe get a Baron play, but look at how far ahead the Pantheon and the Rakan were. Just not a great fight, and also, look at this TP from Pablo. This is literally just like the Aatrox show right in this corridor, right? Like, it's just so unbelievably hard for Ment to play into an Aatrox when they're all just so tightly compact in that corridor. But Spencer finds a nice Fear Beyond Death here onto Rokid at the very last second here. And prevents any chance of a Baron from going down. They do lose their Ment tier 1 for that, but could be much worse for Ment. Just still not necessarily the best find, especially because PBS's like quickness plus Grand Entrance combo got shut down thanks to the Glacial Fissure. So a little overforced there.
Yeah, just going a little bit too far. I don't think the quickness or the Grand Entrance from PVS landed on anyone in those fights. I think if it did, it could have been a very different story. As now over to the bot lane, Spencer gonna meet up with Jin Cal, and they're gonna take down Magmore. Now Dragon's up in a minute. Baron is up now, and we see on the minimap, Mid Gaming, they're already rushing to that Baron. And both Spencer and Jun Cal, they still have their TP, so they can join in whenever. And it looks like the side of Novasphere, they're not even going to try to contest this.
Yeah, and Drake in 50 seconds.
Oh, but they are looking for the fight. They have the Seismic Shove, not going to be able to land, but Roka going to get stunned up by the Unraveled Earth, and the Baron Nashor does get taken down. PBS could be looking for an extra play as Weaver's Wall is going to come through. Rokid going to be able to dodge away the Fear Beyond Death, but that's still another pick off. They have a wave in the mid lane, and now they're going to start threatening the tier 3 in the mid lane.
Yeah, well, they find the Baron, they find the pick in the bot lane, and they find a pick onto Rokid now, as this will be the mid inhib falling down, should be the bot inhib potentially as well. Nova really need to find a way to stall this out. They do not want to get triple inhib while Mint have Baron, but they're going to look to end.
Yeah, and they have the Corrupting Chains. It's going to land into the backline. Quickness over as well, and Slabboy is still going to survive. They don't have enough damage, but they are able to take down Magmore. In the meanwhile, they're able to take down Pablo on the stage. They're all gone. It's 3-for-0 so far, and it's just going to be the Senna still looking to scale, but unfortunately, there's no more time. The game is going to be ending. Slamboy will get taken down for the KDA, and Mint Gaming, they win 2-0 over Novasphere.
Well, honestly, game 1 might have been the Verse show, but game 2, my highlight has to be Jin Cal on this Taliyah. 33k damage on Taliyah is just so crazy, but also look at that ASOL damage. He had 8 kills at one point in this match, right? Like, 15k on ASOL is just not what you want to see, especially because of how hyper accelerated. Mint, once again, showcasing they're able to fight back off of some early game mistakes, and really, especially like besides that one team fight loss right there closer to the end of the match, they kind of played it as cleanly as they could have, in my opinion. Like, they really didn't bite off more than they can chew, besides Vert getting a little excited with the Herald drive up into the top tower. But until that like one team fight where they tried to overforce and found out that Aatrox is still Aatrox, unfortunately. But Mint come up with a phenomenal win here. Jin Cal played so phenomenal on this Taliyah pick. And Ver had some moments here in this game too as well. But for me, Jin Cal, the Taliyah sealed the deal for Mint.
No, I agree. Jin Cal played amazingly. This series has just done an absolutely phenomenal job Game 2 especially, just so many pickoffs. That Unraveled Earth was such a pain to deal with. The seismic shoves, just constantly finding the right targets. But what I kind of wanted to really bring up real quick is just kind of that difference in team composition. Because Novasphere, they didn't really have a good way of starting fights. What their team composition was is they wanted the other team to dive into them and then be able to fight back after. And they managed to get that working once near that dragon fight. But outside of that, once Mint Gaming does their initial engage, it's too late. Novasphere, they're already out of HP, they're already out of teammates and friends, and Mint Gaming are just able to walk completely over them.
Yeah, you hit the nail on the head there. Couldn't say it better myself. And yeah, just a weird like draft from Novasphere, just very very slow draft. And then they pair it with like the Xin Zhao. Obviously, I think Abe really a big highlight for Novasphere in the series, despite them losing the series 2-0. Early game played so well in both games. Just really unfortunate that it just wasn't enough for Novasphere to get over that. Has meant, hey, they're moving on. Novasphere, unfortunately, going to be knocked out here. But yeah, honestly, I think Mint looking formidable, especially if they can clean up some of their early game mistakes. They're definitely going to be able to push themselves a bit further in this tournament. I do need to point out, though, again, just getting picked out, like just these random getting picked out moments have got to stop. Just a little too over aggressive, a little over happy on some of these plays. Take a big deep breath, be a bit more methodical, clean it up, and you'll be able to win a lot more cleanly.
Yeah, exactly. And like you said, Mint Gaming, they are going to be moving on, and we are going to be moving on with them. Now, we are going to go on an extended break as we wait for the other series to end, but we will be back soon, and we will be having a full second series of the day. So don't go anywhere, or if you do, definitely come back because we're going to have more League of Legends NACL OQ action coming back to you shortly. So see you soon.
Like, ride with me if you ride with me, you can slide with me if you feel like 550 on the 5 sticky, come get high with me, that's a deal, right? Ride with me if you ride with me, you can slide with me if you feel like 550 on the 5 sticky, come get high with me, that's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? Ayy, coming down like precipitation. I ain't never met a limitation. Hater plotting my elimination. Gotta go to Google for the information. I'm a superstar, so I gotta shine. Top dollar be the bottom line. Bottom feeding niggas out of line. Turn your heart rate to a dotted line. Yeah, my zodiac probably dollar sign. Got the energy to win it, my nigga, I'm feeling great. Got a date with destiny, focusing on my fate. I don't give a fuck what you rapping, you been a fake. I'm everything that they ain't, it can't be, it won't be. Wanna see me fall, I can't go, I won't leave. Coming from the block with plain clothes and police. Straight up to the top with bankrolls and rollies. Ride with me if you ride with me, you can slide with me if you feel like 550 on the 5 sticky, come get high with me, that's a deal, right? Ride with me if you ride with me, you can slide with me if you feel like 550 on the 5 sticky, come get high with me, that's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? Ayy, 12 can't really stop shit, so I'm still pushing like a mosh pit. Ice dripping, think I'm hot shit. In a yellow bucket with the mop stick. I've been jugging jams like wholesale. Everything must go sell. Hitting bitches with the old well. Need 100 million on the low scale. On my worst night, I'm the best nigga. Wouldn't mess with you, couldn't cap to him. Homie spotted me like 700, brought 1100 right back to him. If I can't do it, then it ain't real. I just make dollars, I don't make deals. I've been going hard in the paint, still blowing cush clouds till I can't feel like. Ride with me if you ride with me, you can slide with me if you feel like 550 on the 5 sticky, come get high with me, that's a deal, right? Ride with me if you ride with me, you can slide with me if you feel like 550 on the 5 sticky, come get high with me, that's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right?
Hello, hello, and thank you all for waiting. And we are back with the NACL Open Qualifier, lower round 5. It is going to be Mint Gaming versus the Guild. And as always, I'm joined here by Aussie Casts. And how are you doing today?
I'm doing very, very well. You know, had a nice little eventful first series of the day where Mint 2-0'd. Just phenomenal play, I think, and also showing their ability to bounce back after mistakes and not get down. And some fun moments like Ver driving the Rift Herald all the way from bot to the top lane. You know, had some moments in there. Now, I want to point out here the Guild with a very formidable roster. I'm expecting a close series here, especially if Ment can keep up how well they've been playing the mid games. If they can keep up how they were playing the mid games in the last series, we might be in for a close series on our hands. So we are going to load up into the draft here.
Yeah, gonna get started immediately. And like you were saying, in terms of formidability, the Guild has a lot of names that are really well known in this qualifier scene. Flocon even temporarily played with CCG for a while, both as a starter and as a substitute. So this is someone who knows the highest level of play fairly well. And then Barlow, Psycho, Colthrow, Geiger, they've been around for a long time, and they always put on a great showing. So I expect that they're gonna be really strong playing into Mint.
Yeah, I see the Galio ban. That was something banned last series as well against Mint. So Vi gonna be banned away here, so no Vi in the game. Obviously, this is Fearless, so anything picked here will not be able to be played for the rest of the series. Lucian going to be banned away. I actually did see the Guild played it in Game 1, so we actually saw it come out of Mint in Game 1 as well in their series. Curious to see how Mint plays on blue side now, because this will be the first blue side game we've got to cast today for them. Curious what they're going to prioritize, as it's going to be the Corki, so they were banning it a lot last series. That they must really think that this Corki pick is solid.
Now, without any further context, do you think this is going to go bot lane or mid lane? Or do you think that's the idea?
I think it's kind of the idea, kind of leave it open. Obviously, Corki very flexible. And they could do a haha funny where they pull out some Tristana stuff, Corki and Tristana in the same, and then just kind of throw them wherever they want. Rumble, Wukong, going to be picked up here. Also, the Guild playing that one in Game 1, where it did win quite handedly. So curious to see how Mint reacts to this, as it will be Lilia locked in here for a bit bad. I would say kind of struggled a little bit in the first series, but of course, new series, new a bit bad. Kind of lock in here, clean up some of those mistakes. They're going to opt in for that Cassante matchup into the Rumble. Kind of a different look for Spencer, I would say. Played a bit more of those aggressive top laners with the Ambessa and the Urgot in the first series. This Talia going to be locked in here. Jincal played it so well that this is honestly a really nice takeaway from the Guild.
Yeah, and Flocon definitely going to be able to perform quite well on it as well. Now, at the very least, a bit bad on that Lilia is not going to care too much about the Unraveled Earth. It's just going to be skipping around anyway at 1 billion move speed. And for Spencer playing on that Cassante, like, obviously it can get blocked. It is going to care about the Unraveled Earth. There's going to be a lot of potential for stuns, just kind of slowing down this Cassante. But on the other side of it, they're just so tanky. Cassante is just such a tanky champion that can kind of push all those blocks away for the team, kind of open up an area for them to be able to start using their dashes. But at the same time, is really strong into Rumble, can kind of negate a lot of that damage. Delt can tank into it and still be able to farm up into that late game, as we already get the next few bans. All 4 engaged supports getting banned away, and Psycho going to be locking in that Varus.
Rakan's still on the table here, so Sivir, so it is going to be Corki mid. Sivir going to be the answer into Varus. Last time I actually casted this matchup, it did not go well for the Sivir. So Ver obviously having a phenomenal time in the first game, as it's going to be Sivir Milio, so maybe the Milio will be the difference maker here. For the Sivir to be able to breathe a bit more. I actually quite like the Milio here. Gives the Sivir some more breathing room. Also, as Senna going to be locked in, we talked about it in the first series, but to bring it up here again, Senna looking quite well, and it seems like a lot of supports are also starting to pick her back up and enjoy her in the support role. Also a mini takeaway from Mint, so curious to see how the Senna Varus duo is going to work in this bot lane as we are getting into game number 1 between Mint and the Guild. This one is kind of for all of the marbles. Whoever loses this is out, so they need to make sure they don't lose. Obviously, if you drop a game, it's not the end of the world, but want to make sure you win the series, and the faster you do so, the better it is for you.
Yeah, 100%. And this is going to be a game where you really want to get that first move. You want to start getting that momentum on your own side. Now, one thing I am noticing for the guild right now with this draft, it's going to be a little bit difficult for them because they don't really have that much engage available. They're going to have the Chains of Corruption coming out from Psycho. They're going to have Seismic Shove. So they have a couple of answers, but other than the Cyclone, they really have no hard CC for these team fights. And I'm wondering if that's going to be an issue for them later on.
Yeah, I mean, I could definitely see it being an issue, but off the back of that, right, if Mint start trying to take fights in any choke, the comp from the guild is just so absurd in chokes, right? You have the Rumble Carpet, you have Cyclone for Wukong, you have all of Talia, right? Between Talia Carpet with the Unraveled Earth, and her Seismic Shove has a really nice trade here from NACL in the mid lane on the Corki. Just kind of showcasing the strength of Corki level 1 with the E start, but takes a lot of poke back. Flocon playing it really, really well as well.
Yeah, and it's important to note, Flocon is a very aggressive player overall. I don't expect to see Flocon ever really playing super passively, even in this matchup. And in fact, gets the shove and it immediately gets some vision onto those Raptors. Now, I believe those Raptors have already been taken down, but that's still information going the way of the guild. As now Ver also getting a pretty solid trade into Psycho and Barlow and playing that bush really well, preventing that soul from going over to Barlow for a very long time. And again, with both these teams just kind of trading out of the bot lane, the volatility is definitely getting added. So I'm wondering if that may be somewhere where the junglers want to get a first move.
Yeah, I mean, especially the guild's bot lane is quite gankable, right? Senna, Varus, pretty immobile, so if you can get onto them, should be easy pickings, but you do have that Milio in the support role, so going to be a little bit harder to necessarily lock them down until Lily is level 6. We actually see both junglers on opposite paths right now, where Wukong is pathing towards the bot side. Lily are going to be pathing towards this Rumble lane, as it's actually kind of standard item match, and as of recent, where if a Rumble lane gets locked into, the opposing jungler almost always paths towards the Rumble lane to alleviate any kind of pressure for their top laner there that could potentially go down. But really nice trade in the bot lane.
Yeah, very unfortunately, couldn't really decide whether to dodge or whether to use that shield. Unfortunately, does both. And it's kind of a waste of mana, and you don't get that extra HP back. So we're going to be in a little bit of a worse situation from there, but a bit bad. Finishing up the top side, it's just going to be cutting straight through the mid lane, running down to the bot lane. And I'm guessing Mint Gaming, their AD carry and support, they're just calling. They could be diving, they could be diving. They have low HP bars. If call throw does show up, it will be a lot harder for them to get that play really going through. But, now that they saw a bit bad roaming down, they're not going to continue. Call through will be able to reset and actually immediately going up top, though that may be just for the camps.
Yeah, we'll be picking up the resets there. So far, a much cleaner and much slower game is Ver actually not backing in the bush. Still not in the bush. Finally finds the way into the bush. Is going to get canceled
there's a ward
again.
in there anyway.
Is going to get canceled again. But they are going to shove this one out on a cannon wave. So Var shouldn't lose too much. Really nice play by Barlow to buy some time as NACL just takes a bit of poke with a Seismic Shove there from the Talia. Talia already taking the reset. Will be the Seraphs. We didn't see that in NACL's Talia game. But will be the Seraphs purchase here for Flocon. As bot lane going to look to reset.
Yeah, and that Seraphs is a pretty solid pick as well. You definitely do have to give away a little bit of that burst potential, especially with the last few changes. We've seen both to Seraphs and ROA. but it does mean that Flocon's going to be a lot safer. And I think with the playstyle going forward, it's actually Barlow could be going in a little bit too far, will be forced to flash, but Ver will flash immediately after. That's going to be first blood, but now Psycho is here. Ver going to pop the barrier, going to try and survive the fancy feed, trying to move around, but Psycho gonna flash away and will get the 1-for-1 and still trying to fight against PVS and may actually end up winning. The flash has to come from PVS. The minions trying to deal some damage, but it's still a 1-for-1. But Psycho ends up being the winner.
Yeah, Psycho barely wins it as well. Came off of a reset. Imagine if the Sivir just like had already reset there. It would have been a complete disaster, but Psycho picks up one. Mint are on the board with first blood there for themselves. Barlow playing a little too aggressively there to cancel the Sivir base. I appreciate the attempt, but still nets Psycho with his first kill of the game as well. As will be the Cloud Drake spawned up here and potentially looked at from the side of the guild. I would expect them to maybe play around this if they so choose here soon. Because Varus has that better base, but actually flash forward
pushing in, and Coulter is still going to be able to take that for themselves. So kind of a flash for nothing there, but let's get that replay over in the bot lane and walk me through what happens here.
Yeah, so Barlow here looks to cancel a recall of Ver again. Uses a heal early here, but Barlow's already just so low that this is going to be a dead Barlow no matter what. Now, the difference maker here is Psycho's full health and has the pickaxe, like, reset. Nice sidestep from Ver, but really well played by Psycho overall to not panic because of the miscue. Picks up nice easy kill and nice flash away from PBS to not die, as giving Varus 2 kills there would have been quite tragic. But overall, I would say it's more positive for Mint, right? Because they get this priority in the bot lane. The Sivir's already starting off a bit stronger than normal. Especially when, Sivir's not necessarily known for her early game prowess. You'll take that as actually Geiger.
Fighting into Geiger, gonna ready get the first Q. It needs one more, but not going to be able to get the slow, but still trying to chase forward. All Out is still available, and with the flash going to be trying to come through. Geiger forced to match it, and now Coulter is going to be in the area, so it's just a flash for flash in the top side, as neither one really able to get their ultimates off. Though look at the cooldowns, it seems that Geiger has already used the equalizer on the lane earlier on.
And might have used it just to get a reset off. Unsure where that equalizer was used, but still, I do want to point out a bit bad flashing for the Scuttle Crab. Did not get the Scuttle Crab there, unfortunately. But as actually look, Flocon actually already rotating down to this bot side potentially. Has the Weaver's Wall available. Coulthro now as well on the rotate. I don't know.
Big dive. The Chains of Corruption gonna get blocked by the Spell Shield from Ver. But now gonna get hit by the Embrace as well. And Flocon with the Seismic Shove. Dawning Shadow over top. So much damage, and they're just constantly moving between that aggro, and it's going to be a 2-for-0 successful dive coming in from the guild.
Yeah, I mean, they really had no idea until it was way too late there. Mint will be able to pick up the grubs here at the cost of their bot lane and the Drake. So overall, really positive play here for the guild. They're up 1,500 gold, but off of that as well, they didn't really need to utilize almost anything there to make it convert that dive, really only use the Chains of Corruption and the Sin of Ultimate. But for Mint, could be worse, right? They did get some compensation. They get some grubs there. Sivir going to be okay to just farm back up here. So it's not the end of the world, but definitely not a spot you want to be in Mint, especially with the Sivir bot lane.
No, definitely not, but at least they're still able to farm. The CS difference hasn't grown too much yet. Mint Gaming still able to get Ver on the waves, still able to get those last hits, and once that 3 item spike does come through and those big 5v5 team fights do come out, that is where Ver is really going to start shining. This Sivir going to be able to scale extremely well, but now it looks like Psycho and Barlow could be looking for a play. They have the last Embrace, And now a bit bad's going to be in the area as well. Barlow may be in a really bad spot, but Colthrow is in the way as well. So now Barlow is still not going to get hit, and a bit bad actually going to be the first to go down. Barlow able to run away. Vern will be taken down. PVS the last to follow. Weaver's Wall is used by Flocon just in case, but not even needed. Triple kill going over to Colthrow as Barlow leaves the game.
Just tired of that play, I guess, but honestly, we actually see the downside of a bit bad using the flash for the scuttle crap, because if a bit bad has flash there, that's an easy flash kill, like flash sleep, right? You just easily are able to get the sleep off as we are still in this pause, unsure what that's about. If we find out, we will be sure to let you know, but yeah, a bit bad. Not having flash really means they have no way to really get on there. Really well played by Barlow there. Of course, really good movement as well. I want to give credit where credit is due. And Colthrow with a phenomenal read to get there in time. And completely turn that. Gives a nice lead to the Wukong now. Up quite a lot of kills. Has 4 kills, so we'll be getting this Triforce very soon.
Yeah, and once that Triforce does come online, this Wukong is going to be so powerful. Going to be able to really dish out the damage in these team fights, even in pickoffs. I don't think really anyone will be able to stand up to Colthrow once that Triforce is complete, at least not for a while. Spencer just kind of stacking that MR and not going to really be able to do too much into the Wukong either. But since we do have the pause, we're just kind of staring here. One thing I do want to point out is a little bit of a greedy scaling build coming out from Jin Kao in the mid lane, both Cull and the tier. Now, with all of that still coming through, once those items are completed, once the Cull gives that gold, once they do get the Manamune, it will allow Jin Kao to be a lot more powerful coming into the late game, and the scaling will definitely add up, but they have to give away so much early pressure for that, and they're already down 2,600 gold. Gonna be very difficult.
Yeah, I mean, like the scaling build is gonna take a while here. Now, granted, the Corki's not the one that's behind. If this was like a build on Sivir, it might be very problematic, but thankfully not gonna be Corki being behind. But even still, we've seen Flocon now roam twice and is actually up in CS. So that is a little problematic because, again, Corki obviously not going to be joining these fights this early, right? Like, has no reason to. But being down in CS, as we are finally getting back into the action after that massive play for the guild, should happily pull them in the driver's seat of this game. As, yeah, honestly, I just really want to highlight, like, a bit bad choosing to use the flash on the Scuttle Crab there. Just, it's literally the domino effect, right? Like, not having flash for this play is such a massive
But now Flocon
misplay.
getting jumped upon, massive shove is gonna get dodged away as we do get that little spectator bug, but now gonna be able to jump in, looking towards Flocon, just needs a couple more hits, trying to dodge away, but Dawning Shadow will be able to bring the shield and enough damage that Jin Kao is gonna be kind of forced to jump away. Flocon, again, not even burning flash, is just so confident in those mechanical abilities.
Yeah, also new support can join at any time, thanks to Senna Ultimate, pretty global, so you just have faith in your support. Had faith and does not fall down there. Excellent rotate by PBS as well, at the very least, to find a look.
But now Spencer looking for Geiger. The all-out is going to come through, throws them over the wall. Now Equalizer is going to be there, but Geiger kind of going the other way, and a bit bad is going to be here. Going to take the kill, and that's going to be a solid pickoff going for Mint Gaming as Spencer getting the play.
Yeah, Spencer with a fantastic play there. Finally gets Lily a kill back as well, so Mint still, again, showing some life here, despite, honestly, probably the worst early game they've had so far today. So at least they are still kicking and breathing. The Sivir just now finished this Essence Reaver, so we'll be chilling for now, I would imagine. Should be pretty safe as well in the lane against Varus, assuming she's avoiding much poke. But here we go. There could be a potential dive here.
Yeah, but instead a bit bad, going to be fighting with Flocon. Lilting Lullaby going to come through. but won't be able to do too much. The Phosphorus Bomb over top just needs a little bit more damage. One more auto, but Flocon able to flash over the wall, gives the thumbs up too. And that's going to be a 1-0 going the way of the guild. And that play was so close, but Jinkel just barely didn't have the damage for that kill.
It barely doesn't have the damage, and also they just didn't have the bot priority. Like, the guild's bot lane was able to join much, much earlier. Even PVS had to walk the safe way, so didn't even get there on time. So as Ver getting low,
pretty low, but Barlow and Psycho just able to continuously poke them out. The soul count must be super high, and Chains of Corruption going to get blocked again by the spell shield. A Psycho also getting poked down pretty hard by the Boomerang Blade. But now Vern PVS, if they can get onto Barlow, they could definitely find the kill, but Colthrow is in the area as well. And another Piercing Darkness lands onto Ver. Ver starting to get so low. One more auto is needed, and Ver will get taken down. Colthrow is in the area, and so is Flocon. And now PVS gonna follow from Barlow, and another 2-0 going the way of the guild. They're just bullying this bot lane non-stop.
I mean, yeah, especially because of what happened in the early stages of the game, plus the dive, the Sivir is just behind. And it just seems like Mint just have no real interest in trying to bail them out. Flocon roaming down to make sure that play was converted for the guild. No anxiety there about that. So Flocon just there to assure the play as really nice seismic shove and really nice trade again.
Yeah, Flocon just really winning out in this mid lane matchup. And PVS has come to support Jinkel many times. And Barlow, besides that one Dawning Shadow, has never really left the bot lane. Though, as I say that, is there in the mid lane now. But the trade has already happened to Flocon. Even in those 1v2 scenarios, is still able to come out on top. And that is kind of the downside of having that Enchanter support. Can't really help create plays, can just make the plays go slightly better.
Yeah, and also Sivir is just down so much now that this puts Ment in a really, really tough spot. Thankfully, Sivir has quite a bit of wave clear, so should be able to collect quite a bit of the CS, but this will be Drake number 2 for the guild, so they are fast stacking Drakes here. Curious to see what the soul is going to be. That is not good. Not good if you are Ment. Because you're already behind. Any extra resist gonna hurt you even more, because it's gonna want you to build pen a bit earlier here. But not necessarily having the gold for the pen is going to hurt if they can convert that soul from the guild. But so far,
Chains of Corruption is gonna land, but gonna get cleansed away by PVS. But there's still the Dawning Shadows there, the shielding's there, but now Coulter with the Cyclone. They're just jumping on Ver, but Spell Shield not going to be enough. Another 2-0 in the bot lane. This play just constantly getting thrown out on loop. But this time around, it might be enough. Psycho and Barlow should be able to take this first turret. As now Flocon going to be in a dangerous spot and shut down. The Missile Barrage is going to land, and Jinkel in a bit bad. Now they're going to be racing for this turret in the mid lane, but bottom one's already gone, so first turret's still unfortunately going to be going the way of the guild.
Yeah, so first turret goes to the way of the guild. They do pick up a nice mid kill, nice shutdown for the Corki. They also pick up the mid tower, so there is some gold back in their pockets, but I just can't believe they're just letting Sivir just die like this over and over and over again, right? Like, honestly, I think a bit bad and a bit of an aggressive spot should be okay to prance away, but as actually they're looking to dive top on Geiger here. Gonna use the teleport away, so Geiger gonna be okay at the cost of the teleport. But I'm surprised like they just didn't swap like the Cassante and the Sivir potentially into the top lane, because she was just struggling so much in the bot side. But choose to keep it. Sivir's now 1-5 in this matchup. Ver struggling a lot, although not necessarily due to his own fault. Just kind of getting bullied by the enemy team, showing up with 4 constantly under his own tower. So as Spencer gets the back off, so nothing to be done there from Flocon. But yeah, I'm just really shocked they kind of just let Sivir fall this far behind for 0, right? Like, it's not like they got anything back, really. They just kind of just let it happen.
And that's the scary thing about the guild. The way they play, it's so fast. It's much faster than the Mint was playing in this previous series. And I'm sure it's just a pacing they're not used to. And now with that, the guild, they're also going to be able to take the Rift Herald. And they've already taken the bot turret, so now they can start playing towards these opposite sides of the map. Now, it looks like Jincal going to be the next target. Barlow is here with Cold Throw. And now the Cyclone is coming out over top. And even with the Flash and the Valkyrie, it's not enough. Barlow going to be able to get the kill. And now Flocon with the Weaver's Wall trying to separate PVS out of the fight. And will work successfully. It's just a 1-for-0. But it does get the zoning. And it does get them another tier 1 turret.
Yeah, so Mint, unfortunately here, right, they're just losing more and more control of the map. Corki can't even stay under the top T1, falls down there, and it just goes to show, right, the guild is just such a phenomenal team. Just the coordination they have, making these plays, they just all seem on the exact same page about what they need to be doing. They will be losing a bot T1, so again, Mint still finding ways to compensate some of their losses, but even still, the guild very happy in in the position they're in, because this VAR is 2-0, right? The Wukong is very fed, has 2 items already, with that Triforce Sundered Sky combo. The Talia has been moving around the map a lot to make some of these plays. Obviously, the assists don't really show it, but has been showing up at the very least to assure that the plays will go over well if she is needed. And is farming really phenomenally here, 195 CS at 19 minutes.
Yeah, but now they're looking. Chains of Corruption lands. Equalizer over top, but PVS going to be able to cleanse everyone out of it with the Breath of Life. But it's still going to be the tier 1 going. It's a bit bad with the Lilting Lullaby. Going to catch it on to 2. How many more can they find? Flocon's going to be taken down, and they're able to find Geiger as well. It's a 2-for-0 going the way of Mint Gaming. Dragon spawning in 30 seconds, but no tier 1 turrets are available for them. So what can they get off of this? That's the real question.
I don't know if they can even get anything. I think they might even lose potentially this dragon, as they're definitely not positioning around to try and do anything around this Drake. So, just looks like they're going to take the team fight win, get a little bit of gold back in their pockets, as Mint just going to try and farm back up here a little bit, and stabilize what actually happened there. But still, I do imagine this could be sole point going towards the guild, especially if Sivir overstays their welcome in the mid lane. Oh, they have so much vision as bot side.
Yeah, Ver might be playing with fire there, and they will scout it out. They do know that the Mountain Drake has started, and it does seem like the Mint does not want to contest onto it, and frankly, I think that is the right call, because they won that team fight so fast that the guild just never really used their ultimates. They still have almost all of them available for this next up-and-coming fight, but we actually get a pick-off in the top side as they're able to take down Geiger, but now the Otacon going to be starting in the bot lane. But this could be an opportunity for Mint Gaming to kind of get more and more gold onto Jincal. Corki scales incredibly well into the late game, so if they're able to get gold onto that target, it could be their way back into the game. And actually looking at the gold, they were down 4 or 5k earlier on, and now it's been brought down just to 1,000 gold.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, you'll like giving soul points not the most ideal, but giving Adacon's not the end of the world. As we're actually going to get a replay here. They just choose, right? They know exactly what they're doing here. They're choosing to give up these bot side objectives for this top play, to get that gold back in their pocket when they can. So well played by Mint, once again, to keep finding some of these plays to equalize the gold out. A bit bad.
Gonna get hit by the Cyclone. And now they have the Cozy Campfire, just trying to keep a bit bad alive. And Dawning Shadow used as well. That's 3 ultimates from the side of the guild. They could definitely look to turn this around. The hunt has been used. And now Spencer is there, going to try and find someone. But the rage is a little bit too difficult to find. And now it's just the clone left within auto attack range. So neither side really able to get the fight started the way they want. As now Spencer going to be able to heal back up from that fruit. And it looks like both sides are just going to back away for now. But actually, never mind. Lilting Lullaby is going to get used, and it is on to Barlow. But again, they just cannot walk up and start this fight. So both sides going to use all their cooldowns, but not really going to accomplish anything.
I mean, there's also really nothing to fight over, so the guild kind of recognizing it. Initially, they were the aggressors there, but back off, recognizing, hey, not really worth to potentially throw our little bit of a lead that we have now. They still definitely have the game state lead for sure. Definitely still winning on tempo here, but obviously recognize, hey, we don't really want to throw anything. Is Rift Herald going to be used here? Going to just be driving. Will be Cold Throw bonking it into the bot lane. So this one should maybe get a charge into.
No,
No,
if they wrote
it
I don't
won't.
think
It
can
literally
charge
won't.
anymore.
So yeah, won't be able to. Is a bit bad. Still on this invade.
Yeah, and I'm wondering if that was kind of the play for Mint Gaming. They knew that the Rift Herald was going to get popped soon as Ver forced to flash away from the equalizer. But going back to my original point, they knew that the Rift Herald needed to spawn soon, and maybe that's what the guild was fighting for, trying to get priority so they can start taking down the mid tier 2, maybe the bot tier 2. And Mint Gaming, once they saw those big ultimates were down, they saw an opportunity for them to fight. But the guild also knew that they had no cooldown, so they just backed away. As now another pickoff happening on the top side, and Call Throw going to be godlike on this Wukong as PVS gets taken down, trying to get some vision for the team.
Yeah, PVS walking alone. The night is dark and full of terror, unfortunately for the Milio. PVS just gets caught out trying to clear some vision. And but it looks like Geiger could be in trouble. We'll be able to see this one on a ward and walk away, so is safe under the tier 2. But overall, still, the PBS death not going to mean too much here. Gold lead is still 1,000 gold, so, and there was nothing up to even take, so we're kind of just in a nice little dead spot of the game where everything's kind of chill. Really, right? This Lilia now has 2 items. The Corki with the Muramana finished, with the Triforce. You actually see right on the screen here that Sivir on 2 items as well. That, honestly, Mint has a really good case in winning a team fight. Obviously still down in gold, still kind of behind in items. But even then, right, their team comp has so much damage, especially because of the Corki building so scaly and having those items completed, that should be in a very good spot now to take a potentially winning team fight here, especially with how tanky Spencer is.
Yeah, but the issue is, can they get the priority? Because right now, the guild, they've already gotten their vision set up. They have so many wards in the bot side jungle now. Mint Gaming, they're going to be playing over this mid lane priority, and that could be their angle here. Maybe they're even willing to give up this final dragon. And if anyone's seen those clips from near airport, this mid priority versus dragon priority has been a very big question. But at 25 minutes, they're looking for the Lilting Lullaby, only able to find it onto one. It's only onto Barlow. Dawning Shadow gonna go out over top. As, excuse me, that was Flowcon. So a little bit of a trade in ultimates already, but right now, Chains of Corruption does land, and they are going to be able to find a bit bad. That's going to be the Smite gone. And with that, the guild should definitely be able to secure themselves this soul. That was the perfect target for them to find, and they will have the Mountain Soul in their possession.
Oh, it's not finished yet, though.
Oh, yeah, it looks like they still won more. And now Spencer kind of stuck in the middle of everyone. Tries to flash away, but there's nowhere to go. Flash Cyclone lands onto the backline. Ver and PVS starting to get low. One more auto to take down Bart. And now it's just going to be Junkao trying to get away and will be the only survivor. But they just got the soul, and now they're going to start looking towards the Baron as the guild is really taking control of this game.
Yeah, I mean, scared me for a second there, but they find a bit bad, and then they find another positive play as the mid try to get something going in the mid lane there after a bit bad fell down. But really well played by the guild here. As, yeah, watch this. So a bit bad, initially before this, uses the flash ult, doesn't find anybody, but look at this pick. Runs into the Chains of Corruption and just gets absolutely just one-tapped. Which leads to them getting the soul, but also look, they leave the soul early. They start running to wrap around here, and it just completely is a disaster for Ment as the Weaver's Wall used to cut off their escape. And Coulthro with a very nice 3-man flash cyclone there. They're able to find their bot lane and pick up this Baron, which means they are for sure going to be happy with this game state for themselves.
Now Spencer gonna go all out, looking towards Psycho, gonna be able to be unstoppable as well, just needs a little bit more damage, but 3-on-1, Cassante used to be able to do that, but not going to be able to do that now. Psycho gonna be able to pick up the kill, and now they're gonna start looking for the bot lane turret, as they're also able to take down Juncal in the mid lane. And now this is going to be an absolute massive push. They could even threaten to end the game here. They have someone with a Cyclone coming in. They're looking for the bot lane. The Breath of Life has already been popped by PVS, so that's not going to be available. So many cooldowns burned, so many HP bars low. And the guild, they're continuing their push. They're continuing their siege. Weaver's Wall just going to get used to separate PVS from the rest of the fight. Verse starting at really low again, but they're just being pushed away from their tier 3s, their tier 4s. And these Nexus turrets, they will be able to survive for now, but they are going to lose a good chunk of it. And now, again, a bit bad, just kind of trying to throw out a little bit of poke, but it's not enough. The guild got what they came for, and they get out.
Well, at the very least, if you're a Mint fan, they didn't end the game right there, so technically they're still in the game, but the guild just completely opening up the game now. They're up 8k, 8,500 gold at this point. Enjoying their, 7.5? I can't do math. Regardless,
Don't do math
they're up a lot of gold. How
That's
about
the
that?
first thing we learn in broadcaster school. You never do math on a live cast.
Yeah, never do math, never do math. But anyways, yeah, the guild having a very phenomenal end here so far. Pick themselves up this nice little bot inhib, and they pick themselves up a bit more. So nice up in gold. Also still have this Baron for just a little bit longer. Should be able to fall off before they even threaten this tier 2. So again, Mint, they're still alive. So can't count them out just yet.
But we're gonna be getting jumped up by Flocon over in the mid lane with Coulthro as well. So Ver just going to get completely removed off the map. And now Spencer is still in the area, but Barlow, look at that range at this point. Just able to kind of poke down anyone. So many souls already. Now the scaling is definitely starting to come up for Mint Gaming, but being down Mountain Soul with the Elder spawning at 2 minutes as well, with no priority, it's going to be so difficult for them to play. Now they could still look for this play. Last Embrace not going to find anyone. Coulthro actually even going in a little bit. Just trying to get a little bit of poke damage. As now Chains of Corruption is going to get used, but Breath of Life going to cleanse it away. So again, just a trade of ultimates. And now the guild is going to retake bot side jungle to get their vision there.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, the guild playing very refined in this late game, not giving anything, and they keep winning. They keep finding picks. They keep finding the rest of the standing gold to get all tier 2s knocked down, even without Baron. Baron going to be spawning up here in a minute 50. Elder spawning in a minute 15. I imagine that is where the game is going to be decided here for the guild. They're going to pull the trigger potentially on the Elder, or if they can find a fight right beforehand and end the game there. But I really think the writing is on the wall here for Mint. Realistically, they need to just find the perfect Lilia engage, but so far the guild has just completely shut it down.
Yeah, and it's going to be difficult to keep playing forward. I mean, look at the range that Barlow has. It's so hard for them to just walk up to try and look for any of these plays. Barlow even able to outrange a bit bad's flash engage right now. That's how many souls that this Senna has already stacked. I know Elder will be spawning in 30 seconds, but you already mentioned that the guild, they're definitely going to want to look for a potential fight or potentially just go for the Elder. But I think the same is true for Mint Gaming. This is their best chance of coming back. They're able to get a big teamfight win as Seismic Shove with the Equalizer going to get burned. And a bit bad is so low. We'll definitely need to reset there as Weaver's Wall. They're going to be looking towards Juncal, and that's going to be a flash burn. Good eyes to see that the Valkyrie was already burned and that it was either a kill or a flash burn for the Weaver's Wall, and that's definitely worth it for that cooldown.
I'm actually surprised a bit bad didn't go back to base. Like, has no HP here.
Yeah, Chains of Corruption going to land as well. And a bit bad, again, just taken down even lower. They have the healing as the last embrace. Not going to be able to catch on reverse. Spell Shield going to be used effectively, but they're still completely zoned away. Colthrow and Psycho, they're both already on the Elder. They probably don't even need the rest of the team, and there it is, the Elder buff going the way of the guild. And now this could be an opportunity for them to get the combo with the Baron and then walk it down mid lane and potentially just end the game.
Yeah, I mean, should be able to pick this one up. Need to be a little bit careful here. So you definitely don't want to die on your last breath here. Equalizer going to be used, no flash.
Yeah, and Dawning Shadow gonna get used as well. Barlow is unstoppable on the support Senna, by the way, 5-1 and 14. And that's just the danger of that Elder buff. They managed to get that pick. They managed to they just needed that extra execute damage. And with that, they will be able to get the Baron buff. A bit bad, at least shoving in the mid lane, trying to get something back for the team. Will get the objective bounty, but no HP left, just trying to run away and will be taken down as well. Actually flashes.
I'm just... yeah, this definitely looks like writing is on the wall. Last nail in the coffin here. It's the Elder Baron combo. The guild take us with a nice, very easy, and very casual potential end here. They do have numbers advantage for a while now. Should have Corki respawning soon, so Gen-Cal will be able to at least participate in this fight. But even then, I don't know if it's going to be enough. Honestly, I fear Ferment here, as they need to find it. They need to find an answer, but their only answer is Lilia, and Lilia is dead for another 10 seconds.
Yeah, they are getting some pretty solid poke though. Flocon already down low, and they do have the fountain to heal back up. And somehow this game seems like it's going to continue. And never mind, the TP is going to be coming back. Flocon going to be on full HP. Last Embrace not going to land. Equalizer just trying to zone them away from that final tier 4. And Ver gonna get sniped down. The Elder buff gonna get the execution. As the cycle comes in, they're able to get a bit bad. They're able to get Junkel. And Spencer's the last one going all out, but it doesn't matter. 5-0 ace, and it took 34.5 minutes, but the guild win game number 1.
And very, very, very dominant fashion. 11-0-11 on that Wukong was Colthrow. Kind of my highlight. Got the whole ball rolling for them. Sivir completely incapable of staying under tower safe. Thanks to Colthrow. And also a little bit of Flocon. Flocon joined in there to say hi a couple times. But realistically, Colthrow completely running through this game. Like I said, 11-0-11 on the Wukong. That is just such an insane stat line for a jungler in competitive play, especially on something like the Wukong. But it pays off, and the guild find game number 1. Had some slight slip-ups in the earlier portions of the game, but it didn't matter because look at this gold graph, right? As soon as they stopped making those mistakes, it just completely ballooned.
Yeah, I mean, they were in a very solid spot. And I think most of that game really boils down to that triple kill that Colthrow got in the bot lane. Just going on that gank, that 3 versus 3, just able to outplay Ver in PVS. And a bit bad as well, just to add insult to injury. And from then on, they kind of never lost control of the game. They definitely took a while to end. And I think a lot of that is the defense coming in from Mint Gaming was pretty secure. They never overextended. They never tried to kind of give anything away for free. But at the same time, I do think the guild could have maybe tried to play a bit faster now. I think it'll work against the Mint or Mint Gaming, but once they start playing against those higher tier teams, if potentially they are looking for that promotion tournament, Citadel, Jolly Rogers, Galaxy Gaming, looking over for AMI. None of those teams are really going to let them play that slow. If you're going to give them those ways back into the game, if you're going to give them that time to scale, you're going to be giving it an opportunity to lose the game. So that is one thing I want to give a little bit of a concern for the guild, but at the same time, it was an absolutely clean victory for them.
Yeah, they just managed to make sure that it was clean all the way through. Didn't want to give anything back, especially having Sivir be so far behind. That's also another thing to mention, as you mentioned, like some of the better teams that have shown up so far for the open qualifiers. Their Sivir's not going to get that far behind, right? Like their jungler is going to cover the Sivir, right? Like you might be able to pull out the first dive, but you're definitely not killing her 4 times under her own tower over and over like that because they recognize Sivir is just such a big deal for their comp. you're better off by like trying to dive the Kazante at that point, right? So that is something also to note, right? Like they just completely snowball the game through bot side, whereas against maybe some of the better teams, they might not have the opportunity. And I definitely agree with you that like trying to end the game as fast as possible while keeping it clean is important, right? If you don't think you can find an end without Baron, right, which is very real into some certain comps, right? Sivir will just completely one-shot the wave if you don't have Baron. So that is something you might necessarily need to wait for unless you can find a pick. And they've picked Sivir off quite a few times. Just they definitely, I think, probably could have ended the game maybe 3 to 4 minutes earlier and called it there, but played it safe. Sometimes playing it safe is good, but sometimes playing it safe will come back to bite you.
Yeah, exactly. And with that, we are going to be going to a short break, but when we come back, it'll be game number 2 between Mint Gaming and the Guild. So don't go anywhere. We'll see you soon.
slide with me if you feel like 550 on the 5 sticky, come get high with me, that's a deal, right? Ride with me if you ride with me, you can slide with me if you feel like 550 on the 5 sticky, come get high with me, that's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? Ay, coming down like precipitation. I ain't never met a limitation. Hate applying my elimination. Gotta go to Google for the information. I'm a superstar, so I gotta shine. Top dollar be the bottom line. Bottom feeding niggas out of line. Turn your heart rate to a dotted line. Yeah, my zodiac probably dollar sign. Got the energy to win it, my nigga, I'm feeling great. Got a day with destiny, focusing on my fate. I don't give a fuck what you rapping, you been a fake. I'm everything that they ain't, it can't be, it won't be. Wanna see me fall, I can't go, I won't leave. Coming from the block with plain clothes and police. Straight up to the top with bankrolls and rollies. Ride with me if you ride with me, you can slide with me if you feel like 550 on the 5 sticky, come get high with me, that's a deal, right? Ride with me if you ride with me, you can slide with me if you feel like 550 on the 5 sticky, come get high with me, that's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? Ay, 12 can't really stop shit, so I'm still pushing like a mosh pit. Ice dripping, think I'm hot shit. In a yellow bucket with the mop stick. I've been jugging jams like wholesale. Everything must go sell. Hitting bitches with the oh well. Need 100 million on the low scale. On my worst night, I'm the best nigga. Wouldn't mess with you, couldn't cap to him. Homie spotted me like 700, brought 1100 right back to him. If I can't do it, then it ain't real. I just make dollars, I don't make deals. I've been going hard in the paint, still blowing cush clouds till I can't feel like. Ride with me if you ride with me, you can slide with me if you feel like 550 on the 5 sticky, come get high with me, that's a deal, right? Ride with me if you ride with me, you can slide with me if you feel like 550 on the 5 sticky, come get high with me, that's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right?
Hello, hello, and welcome back. We are getting ready now to head into game number 2 between Mint Gaming and the Guild. Now, AussieCast, what were your thoughts on game number 1?
I mean, the Mint just got dominated. Like, it just all started going downhill as soon as Ver started getting dove. The Guild just played so well, so coordinated around the map plays, even finding off Gen Cal as well in that top lane, you know, when they started to break down their lane phases and start going towards, like, side laning. Found that pick off immediately. So the Guild looking very dominant in game 1. Expecting the Guild to look even more dominant in this game, but also hoping that Mint is able to find a way to bounce back here as, yeah, again, backs against the wall. This is the loser's bracket. They need to find a way to bounce back here if they want to keep themselves alive in this tournament.
Now, after that first game, what do you think Mint Gaming need to do in this draft, in this play, to really open up their opportunities and maybe take down the Guild as we head into the second draft of the series?
They are going to be opting for the red side here, but I will say I want to see them on these more aggressive styles. Like, that's definitely something that, at least in the first series, really benefited them, is being able to just snap engage, have these aggressive plays, have these aggressive lanes that you can really benefit off of. That really seemed to work out for Ment, and drafting something like a Silvermilio in the bot lane when Fur was playing very aggressively, obviously played the on-hit Varus in game 2, but even then they drafted a Talia Pantheon draft where they were able to run the map. They were able to make these like global plays if they wanted to at any point. I want to see some more aggression from Mint here to kind of fight back against the Guild, because they just kind of looked dead in the water when they weren't on that style.
Yeah, for sure. And they are going to have it a little bit easier this time around. I mean, the Senna's going to be banned away. The Talia's going to be banned away. And both of those are just kind of really good at preventing plays from starting. But we're talking about aggression, but the guild, they're the ones picking the aggressive picks, as Jin Zhao going to be locked in first for Colthrow.
Yeah, honestly, Xin Zhao just in a really good spot. Tristana, so talked about aggression here. Tristana going to be able to do that quite well. But to talk about the Zen in a really good spot. Obviously, Colthrow putting on a absolute masterclass on the Wukong last game. Now, the Leona pick coming out early. It's a little spooky here for Mint. Because, again, you can pick something like the Braum. Especially, you know, when you're playing like Trist. Braum is
There
also...
it is.
Yeah, like Braum A counters the Leona and also is really, really good in Trist. Prevents the auto attacks going onto the bomb target. Can also block the bomb as well. So, really nice pickup. But will be the Kaisa here with the Braum. So, need to keep an eye on this bot lane because it could get messy very quickly. Thanks to this draft from Mint. As I expect, will be the Ivern pickup. Will be the first time we're seeing the Ivern today. Same thing with the Kaisa. Obviously, Ivern a little less on the aggression, but paired with the Leona and the Tristana, I'm expecting to see a bit more oomph from Mint.
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, to talk a little bit about this Kaisa, this is the Psycho Special. This is his best champion by far. His favorite to play as well. Plays it extremely well in solo queue. So I'm expecting some great things coming out from this Psycho Kaisa. And on the other side, for Mint Gaming, you talked about aggression, and I do think Triss Leo can do that. But what I'm also seeing right now is they are doing a little bit of the protect the Tristana composition. They're just gonna have that big hyper carry, and when it comes to scaling, they're definitely gonna be able to win on the Tristana. And my entire point is shattered because there is also going to be a Mordekaiser in the side lane going over for Mint Gaming.
I mean, it is gonna be a blind pick Mordekaiser at that. Now, you will be able to pull out the Xin Zhao. That is a benefit. Can't really break up the fight if you just steal the Xin Zhao away, so that's kind of nice for them. But Mundo is going to be the answer. Should have more than a good time into this Mordekaiser, thanks to how you get the build on the Mundo into the Mordekaiser. There's also been some potential whispers about some exhaust ignite gaming on Mundo and solo queue. Doubt we're going to see that one here, but want to mention the possibility. As Yone will be the pickup here for Jin Cal, I would imagine. I don't imagine this one's going to be going top into the Mundo, but I could stand corrected, as I will be correct on that one. But honestly, this draft from Mint looks a lot different from last game, that's for sure. I'm just a little worried about this Mordekaiser pick, in my opinion. That's kind of my worry point for Mint, as we are going to be loading in to game number 2 here between Mint Gaming and the Guild taking a game 1 in a very dominant fashion, looking to tie this one up quickly, or Mint looking to bring it back, put this game score 1-1, so they have a chance to continue on their journey. It matters.
Yeah, every single game here will matter. Whoever loses is going to be eliminated from the OQ. So if the Guild are able to get that to 0, that will be the end of the road for Mint. But if they're able to win, they can at least guarantee one more game. But Ver getting jumped on immediately, gonna get stunned up. Psycho gonna get those plasma stacks going, just needs a couple more hits and actually will get the cleanse. Flash gonna get burned now. They're not going to be able to get the kill, but that's Flash, that's Barrier, and that's Prio going the way of the Guild at level 1.
I can't even believe that Ver had started an ability. Like, usually people will hold abilities there, and then, you know, in the case something like that does happen, Tristana can just take jump over the wall to the tower and is completely fine. But does not have the W, so took E instead. Forced to use Barrier and Flash, and also lose so much tempo and experience in this bot side. Even the gold as well gonna matter. Like, look at this. They're already stacking the wave. Ver already struggling, right? And them being down this much in a Tristana lane is not where you want to be.
No, but at the same time, this Tristana will still be able to scale up. Hasn't really lost too much. Just going to be losing the priority, maybe losing a couple of minions, but they're still going to have moments where they can play. Now, it is going to be a little bit more difficult. Tristana famously struggles last hitting under tower, but actually did a pretty good job with the help of PVS there. But if Ver is able to get going at any point in this game, it could be kind of hard to stop this Tristana. And it looks like a bit bad. Already going to the bot lane. PVS going to flash in. There's no cleanse available. And now they already have the explosive charge. And that's going to be Ver getting the first blood of the game. And now they have the stun on Barlow with the root. They could get more. Now with the brush is going to be able to put up the shield. But with the stun, one more auto is needed. And a double kill going the way of Ver. You talked about the Tristana needing to get ahead. And that's exactly what they've done.
EVS. What a phenomenal play and a phenomenal read there to connect on a Psycho with no cleanse. And a bit bad. Finally starting to get some aggression and some of these early game plays into his belt here. 2 assists now on this Ivern and a really solid pathing. Puts their bot lane up 2 kills despite the early game mistake Ver made. But yeah, look at this. The flash E onto Psycho. Psycho reacts just a little too late. And this is just 2 free kills for the Tristana. Really well played overall. PVS, of course, played this so well. And a really excellent pathing decision from a bit bad to put the Tristana ahead in this match.
Yeah, and it's also pretty interesting because from that level 1 play, we were talking about Ver, Flash, and Barrier getting used in that. But Psycho did use that cleanse. And if that cleanse was still available, I'm pretty sure Psycho just walks out no issues. But because they themselves used the cleanse in that fight, they didn't have anything left to get away from that Zenith Blade, from that Shield of Daybreak. And that just kind of gave that kill over to Mint Gaming. And now with that start, gonna have a longsword and 2 daggers against just the Cull on Psycho.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, Tristana's very happy now. So, also Jincal doing quite a good job, actually, into this, Syndra matchup. As, kind of just farming up here. Will actually be up, assuming even if Syndra gets all of that. But Spencer
starting to hit low and call throw. Going to be able to get the last hit onto that. Now, there's a bit of a CS advantage going the way of Spencer for now. And does have TP, so we'll be able to get back to lane. So not the biggest deal for that top laner, but could definitely get harder now. But TP is going to get used. The wave has been shoved in, so Geiger can kind of get a cheater recall here. But still, good play for the guild. They're getting something for themselves early on. They're getting the kills over to their playmaker Colthrow, and maybe they can start building up on that as well.
Yeah, as well as like putting the Mordekaiser behind. I did say that honestly the Mundo won't be struggling into him, but especially now that Mordekaiser's died, kind of a bit of a problem. Will be Zinzal building towards the Titanic Hydra in this match, so need to keep an eye out for that on that completion time. As I'm curious to see how a bit bad's gonna play. For the rest of the match. Right, found a really solid gank already. But I want to see more of that come out. I don't want him to just sit on that one play. I really want him to put this pressure onto the guild, right? Like, that's something that was missing last game, is just that jungle pressure coming out from a bit bad. Whereas he's on a pick to make it happen. There are no wards here as well, so...
Yeah, Zenith Blade gonna get popped, but not gonna be able to land onto Psycho, but... A bit bad is in the area, going to be walking in, could find it. They have the jump onto Psycho. They have the cleanse immediately used as well, though. Now, Rootcaller is going to be there as well, but the damage just not going to be able to follow up. But again, that's cleanse again used by Psycho. So if they try to do that play again, they could definitely make this happen. And with the HP bars, they have no priority, so could still look towards this dragon.
Yeah, I mean, bot lane shouldn't be able to join here. Really nice positioning from PVS to not get when it becomes lightninged over the wall. Would not want your support to die here. Honestly, I'm kind of shocked that they're not pulling the Drake here. This kind of feels like a play they could easily get Drake over just due to the bot lane health difference, but they're opting not to, as looking for a mid gank actually forces the flash out of the Syndra at the very least.
Yeah, but he's gonna be going right back into it. Almost able to take down a bit bad with the outplay button, but both sides gonna be on very low HP. And now Barlow's going to be there to kind of help Flocon because that wave will be passively shoving in. And neither side, again, going to be able to get the kill in this play.
Yeah, well, they at least forced the Syndra flash. So, well played by a bit bad to find the flash there. Flocon struggling a little bit in this matchup. And honestly, just goes to show, like, GenCal, such a phenomenal player on this Mint roster. Handling adversity quite well here. As potentially going to get ganked. Overstaying his welcome just a little bit.
Yeah, interesting lane swap coming through, though. Geiger going to be sent down to the bottom lane. And I think this will benefit Psycho a little bit being able to farm, but at the same time, this is going to give this Tristan an absolutely free lane. And with Explosive Charge, should be able to take down the tower quite a bit faster too. So I'm not even sure what this plays really for the side of the guild, unless it's just for grubs and then they are resetting it back.
Yeah, maybe should be for grubs, but also, like, again, Mint, you should probably pull the Drake at some point. Definitely need to get that one under your belt. You've had bot priority for so long. So they are finally going to go start the Drake here in a second. We'll be losing the grubs, as Barlow's still hanging around in this mid lane. Really giving a lot of attention to Flocon, as actually see here, GenCal a little down in XP. Should be able to catch that one up, but still down in some XP. Does need to be careful.
The Scatter of the Week does land, and now they should be able to take it down. The Unleash power bringing in more than enough damage. The Unbreakable Will is going to be there as well, just to get the extra assist for Barlow, but a nice kill going over for the guild, and they're going to get themselves a lot of plays with these grubs as well.
Yeah, they get so many plates on the Syndra, and right as I was talking about Flocon maybe struggling a bit in the matchup, proves me wrong instantly by finding essentially a solo kill. Don't want to say Barlow really helped all that there, but basically finds a solo kill there onto GenCal. GenCal kind of just disrespecting the Syndra damage a little bit there. And Syndra's on the board now. Of course, still, this Tristana, a little problematic for you on the side of the guild. The one thing that the Syndra does well for the guild's like comp is Scatter the Weak is really, really good into a lot of their team, like into Ment. You can Scatter the Weak Tristana out of the jump, right? You can Scatter the Weak the Q3 from the Yone. You can also, help peel your team from the Mordekaiser. Obviously, Mordekaiser not necessarily great at running at people, but you do have that ability there to help out. So Syndra looking to be a decent pick here, especially now with 1 kill.
Yeah, but now they are going to be jumping on it a bit bad. But again, Flocon just always going to be so annoying with that Scatter of the Week. But now Barlow taking a lot of damage. Daisy able to get the stun as well. Zenith Blade lands. And it looks like Barlow's going to be the target. But GenCal does not have enough damage. Solar Flare over the top, but now it's a 4v3. Caldro jumping in. They're looking to PVS. And the Killer Instinct is going to be used as well. And that's going to be the Feat of Warfare going the way of the guild as they're able to get the kill onto PVS for Psycho.
Yeah, Psycho now on the board on this Kai'Sa with a really, really nice roam up. Is up in CS as well. Tristana really not touching this bot lane tower at all. Also is kind of a bit unfortunate here for Ment, but they do find a nice save there for Barlow. I was very worried Barlow was going to fall down, but they just didn't have enough damage as Flocon. Yeah, Flocon gets another solo kill.
Power just going to be used, and GenCal just going to be taken out entirely. 0-2 on this Yone. And the more AP that Flocon gets, the easier it is to get that play to work. So it's just going to get so much worse over there in the mid lane.
Yeah, I mean, it's just getting so many stacks as well. So, should be happy as a Syndra, because now you're up 2 kills. Already have the first item completed. As want to point out here, obviously Yone likes the attack speed, but opting to not go the Merc Treads into the Syndra, which is actually the most common boot build, is PVS. Should be okay, sidesteps the Braum Q there, so not going to take any of the Braum passive. But yeah, curious to see that there's no Merc Treads purchase from Yon here, which I think the first one for sure wouldn't have made a difference. Would have Death died though.
Now they're looking for the Glacial Fissure, not going to be able to find them, but a bit bad is in the area. They have the Root Collar. It is going to land onto Barlow, but Barlow, again, going to be able to dodge out the Solar Flare, so very good look for Mint Gaming, but the execution just was not there, so they do not get the kill, and in fact, Daisy going to go down, giving Psycho that 50 extra gold.
Yeah, big 50 gold. They avoid the gank. Now they are going to walk into the Zenzao potentially.
Yeah, they are looking for the play, and actually Geiger taking down Spencer in the meanwhile over in the top side, as now PVS starting to take a lot of damage, and Ver jumps in, looks for Psycho, but not going to have the damage. I think may have thought there was a little bit more damage coming through, hoping to rocket jump out immediately after, but the guild, another 2 kills in the bot lane, and a solo bolo in the top lane for Geiger. Just going to make things a lot worse for Mint Gaming, and they have themselves a 3.5k gold lead.
Yeah, Spencer trying to dive the tower on a Mundo. Doesn't have enough damage to get it done, and Mundo gets to live on literally 1 HP there. In the top side, so, and just a phenomenal play here from the guild as well. They find a nice collapse on Mint, and Mint very far behind at this point. 4k gold down now, as yeah, they really need to dial it back on the side of Mint if they're gonna position themselves to win this game.
And now they're looking towards Flocon. They get the stun, but Barlow already here. Fate Sealed, you gotta try and get some onto the backline. Flocon still alive, but gets hit by the Q3, just needs a little bit more damage. The stun is there, and the shutdown will finally go over to Junkai. And now the Root Collar is there. Now they're looking towards Coulter. Coulter down to half HP, and again, another knockup. Glacial Fissure will be used to try and prevent this fight with the Unbreakable, trying to buy some space, but again, they're going to be able to get the kill. Now Coulter dives to the backline, gets PVS, but I don't think that's worth it. It is immediately traded back, and Junkai gets 3 in that team fight.
Well, Jincal finally finds the Yon moment he's been looking for the entire match onto the Syndra. Picks up the shutdown and also is quite chillin' now, thanks to a bit bad on this Ivern, and also PVS. The CC here is just so killer from these 3. Like, it's just absolutely so unplayable for the side of the guild. Like, watch this. Solar Flare comes out. Use the Yon ultimate, right? Q3 is going to come out here, hits both of them. It is just so disgusting how much CC these 3 have when they're together. Also, look at the shielding from Ivern here. Like, it's just so ridiculous that this 3v3 power from Mint finally gives them a win they need.
Yeah, and a huge play. Psycho forced to burn the flash, but now Ver could be in a bad spot. Scout of the week is going to get used, and Barlow takes down Ver. Now PVS going to be the next target, going to get stunned up. Looks for the Zenith Blade onto Psycho, not going to be able to find it. And it should be just another kill going over to Flocon, but PVS with the fancy feat actually buying a lot of time, but Flocon will be able to secure that kill with the Dark Sphere, and it's another 2-for-0 play for the guild.
Yeah, again, over aggression coming back.
And now Coulter is going to be fighting against Jinkai, starting to get pretty low. Crescent Guard is going to be used, but it's not enough for the kill. Now Fate Sealed immediately going forward, looking for Barlow, looking for Flocon. But look at that stun coming out from Flocon, just buying so much space, so much health as well. Barlow not going to be able to get taken down, but they're still fighting, able to take Flocon down to half HP. Almost buys enough time for a bit bad to come in with the trigger seed, but unfortunately won't be able to, and it's another winning trade for the guild.
If Jen College sidestepped that Q a bit bad in a very bad spot, it's gonna just go down here.
It's gonna be used, but that's still going to be another kill going the way of Flocon. 5-1-4 on this Syndra. And when you're trying to protect your AD carry, that is the last character you want to have any kind of gold. First turret money as well. Why not? Flocon really getting ahead.
Yeah, I was about to say that a bit bad in a very bad spot there, but pays the price. Syndra up now with 5 kills and 4 assists. Also farming quite well. Flocon in general has been farming the series quite well overall. So props to Flocon for that one. Psycho as well. 2-1-4 on the Kaisa. Geiger with a nice lead in this top side. Not CS, but has 1 kill. Thanks to the failed dive from Spencer. Honestly, the guild is kind of just running over the game. The gold lead is now, is still in the 4K mark, 3K mark. Honestly, they do find a Drake, so fast Drake spawn here for Mint, potentially for the Soul. But will be the Herald being taken in response here for the guild. Now, it will be another Mountain Soul in this match, which for Mint could be very, very nice, right? Prevents Syndra from potentially one-shotting your AD carry. Gives you some of those extra resists, plus that little shield. So if Mint can maybe find a way to get the Soul, I don't necessarily think their game state's that bad.
No, they are behind in gold right now, but if we just look at it in terms of scaling, I mean, obviously Geiger's going to be incredibly tanky on that Mundo, but at the same time, Spencer should be able to just kind of infinitely trade into it. Already has that big Rylai's Scepter, probably the most important item you can have on the Mordekaiser. And then everyone else on Mint Gaming just going to absolutely outscale their counterpart. Xin Zhao definitely not known for that late game. But Yone, Tristana, Leo, with even more support in the backline, is now Fate Sealed gonna get used, aiming towards Flocon. Not gonna be able to find it as Barlow able to just flash away. Kind of a split call there. And now TPs are coming out from both the top laners. And now Jin Kyle gonna get taken down quite low. Flocon looking for that kill, but now Spencer is in the backline. Could be finding someone and will be taking Barlow out to the Shadow Realm. And just needs a couple more hits, but Spencer has nowhere else to go. So it is just going to be the 1-for-1. However, it is all 5 members of the guild here, and Verge just cleaning up the tier 1 tower in the mid lane.
Yeah, well, really nice turnaround.
Oh, but Scatter the Weak does land, and now a bit bad, forced to flash over the wall. Could have been in a very bad spot. Solar Flare gonna get burned as well from PVS. Just trying to buy a bit of space as now Killer Instinct used in the mid lane. And Ver forced to use the barrier, and a bit bad. Speaking of being in a bit bad of a situation, definitely is going to be back in one as Geiger flashes forward, throwing the infected Bonesaw, throwing that briefcase. One more auto will get the kill, will get the grasp stack. As again, the guild just winning out on the map.
Well, the guild just doesn't stop winning, it appears, in the series. They keep winning, and they're not stopping. As this Atacon now potentially being looked at here to get started from the guild, as it is going to be started, but it does look like we're going to get our first Atacon contest of today. Actually, I don't know if that's true. Regardless, we are going to get an Atacon contest as, here we are.
Yeah, they want to fight, but they don't have a Smite. TP coming in on the back line as well. Jinkala is back here. 2k HP left, and now they're looking towards Psycho, and now it is going to be the Atacon going the way of the guild, but now Psycho almost gets taken down to the bot lane, but not enough. Ver gonna jump in, get that kill, aim towards Balro, as now PVS going to be the target, and Fate Sealed into the middle of everyone. They're able to take down 3. It's just Barlow and Geiger left alive. Barlow gonna get flashed on by Spencer, and Geiger is tanky, goes wherever he pleases, and it seems he pleases to go back to base, as it's an ace for Mint Gaming.
Yeah, honestly, really solid turnaround from Mint there. And they're now 700 gold behind, so they find an excellent play that they desperately needed. And obviously they lost the Atacon, but that doesn't really matter because they find the team fight win, and that's what they really care about. To me here, what the biggest thing here is like watch Ver, right? He's just completely not even hitting Mundo, knows who the important people are in this fight, and also, look at that, finds the kill on the Psycho, finishes it off, and it's just doing so much damage that it just doesn't matter. Jin Cal as well did so much damage to Psycho there, did so much damage to the rest of the fight, and a bit bad. Shows up to support his team, say hi, to finish up that Mundo kill. But yeah, really well played from the cores of Mint to find a team fight win that they desperately needed. Spencer also doing so much damage there. I was very surprised by that, as Herald actually going to be spawned up here in the mid lane.
Yeah, never underestimate the amount of damage a Mordekaiser can bring out in a team fight, but Herald is going to get used. Killer Instinct as well. Psycho jumping in, and in fact, it's going to be PVS going down. They're just willing to pull the trigger. 5-0 here in the mid lane. Now, Daisy is in the back line. Will get thrown away, but that will be the tier 3 going down, and it looks like they're going to be able to take the inhibitor as well. As now Flocon with the Unleashed Power going to be able to take down Ver, and I think they could keep going, but Flocon going to drive it away back to the bottom lane, but there isn't a tower for a while, and we'll just get destroyed by the tier 2. But still, massive play for the guild, just playing with confidence.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of just the difference maker. It's kind of felt like the entire series is just how confident the guild is. They will now pick up their first Drake of this match, as will be Mountain Soul, as previously mentioned, but I think the guild, right, it really showcase how good of a team they are just by showing sheer confidence. They had just lost that last team fight, but they didn't care. They just straight up charged down mid lane, spawned up the Herald, and just instantly, no questions asked, just put down on the pedal of the gas pedal. Wow, that was hard for me to say, but yeah, and they just find an excellent play. They pick up PBS, and Ver also falling down, I believe, there. As yeah, they find the middle inhib at 23 minutes. As actually, Ver could be okay.
Yeah, Rocket jumps over the wall back up to safety. Could have been in a very tough spot there, and that's the danger of Flocon. Now 6-2-6, 2 completed items, and I'm assuming that needlessly large rod is going to become a death cap. And once that comes through, even with barrier, just 1 unleashed power could be more than enough to get the kill. As now they're aiming towards Juncal. Juncal gonna be so low. Fate sealed over the wall. And 1 more stack not going to be there. The concussive blows not going to be able to find the stun. And now they still need to back away because Geiger was behind them that entire time. But they're aiming the wrong way, so they will be able to back out. But still, that's just going to be a play that didn't work for the guild instead of a play that went the way of Mint Gaming.
Yeah, like with this play, right? Obviously, thankfully for Mint, that Jin Kao, excuse me, did get out there. Really creative escape there as well. Found the pixel perfect angle to utilize the ultimate to get over the wall, and then completely subvert the attention of the guild trying to find him there. But the guild has just been playing so well this entire series. Just feels like once they are actually able to be in the driver's seat, they just never stop. Even if they are coming off of like a losing play, they're just immediately right back into another winning play, right? Like they lost that team fight, and then immediately after the fact, as yeah, Chincal actually being forced to utilize the teleport, overextending a lot on this top side now. That's twice, potentially getting caught out, but does manage to stay safe. As only thing to fight over right now is Baron for another 2.5 minutes. Which could be where the game could end for Mint. So they need to play their cards right.
Yeah, and those roots gonna be coming out from a bit bad. Would be a very bad position if that root caller did not land, because then the guild could definitely start forcing out an engage. And right now they definitely win out on those. Now Geiger taking a decent bit of auto attacks from Ver. I will not say that Geiger's taking a decent bit of damage though. And that's a 3-item Tristana, by the way. And I think that is kind of the issue right now with the game. Just HP is so hard to deal with. But with that, Baron is going to get started up by the guild. But it does look like they are aware of this on the side of Mint Gaming. But Scatter of the Week going to line on a 2, and Verge is going to get deleted off the map. A bit bad is going to follow. It's a 2-0. And with that, they should definitely be able to secure the Baron. That's their main damage threat and the smite removed from the side of Mint Gaming.
Yeah, they find an interesting pick off onto Mint there, as is Jincal actually now in trouble.
Yeah, Jincal should be going down here. Does have the Fate Seal, trying to find the angle, but with Q3, will be able to just jump over the wall. But another briefcase lands, and Geiger will be able to get the snipe. So much damage coming out from this Mundo, and it's a 3-0 overall. Ver's about to be right back, but they could look for this tier 3. They could look for more. They haven't really used that many of their cooldowns. Most of them are going to be back up. Now, the only issue, Psycho is in the bot lane, so they are missing on that. As Spencer trying to start the fight here. The only carry is Flocon, and they're aiming for Flocon. Explosive charge. Gonna have more than enough damage. And now the Buster Shot trying to bring them to the back as Ver getting jumped upon by Coulthro, but the rest of the team is kiting out for Ver. Get that peel for your carry. Ver bringing in the kills. It's a 3-0 going the way of Mint Gaming.
Hey, they find a win again when they desperately need one. Will lose this bot T2, did lose their top T3 as well, so... But they hold on. Baron did not end the game. I was a little worried there for Mint that it could just sell the complete end of the game here for them. But they're able to hang on, at the very least. Psycho uses the recall there to pick up some items, but completely disrespected by the guild there. Pressed forward without their AD carry, and as soon as Flocon went down, they had really little damage left over. As Drake, number 4 of the match, can be started here for Mint.
Yeah, and if they're able to get this for themselves, they will be on soul points, so that will be able to help a lot. But they are jumping. Fate Sealed gonna get used to the backline, and Geiger will be able to peel away for Psycho. And that is going to be another 1-0. Root Collar does land. Scatter the Weak as well, but Solar Flare on top of Flocon. Very getting jumped to the backline. Coulthro just absolutely taking down the Tristana, but Rocket Jump going to be able to bring them back to safety. Now, Bit Bad and Spencer just trying to buy time, but again, Barlow, the true carry of the guild, going to be able to take down Spencer, and now they have the stun, they have the slow, and Geiger going to be able to get that kill. And now Psycho and Flocon just going to be shoving through the mid lane. They're looking to end the game. Now Vern trying to jump in, and Psycho will be getting taken down. Flocon looks to trade on to Vern. Not going to be able to find the kill yet, but they are starting to get low. There are very low health bars, and this Tristana could maybe try to get this done. But as I say that, Geiger shows up and says, I'm Mundo. I have 1 billion HP, and can Ver do anything about it? Now they also have Jincal, but there is no Fate Sealed available. They're just trying to DPS, but the Unbreakable from Barlow is there to get in the way. They get some kills back, but it doesn't matter. The guild are gonna win it 2-0.
The guild showcasing just how dominant they can be and just how formidable they can be when they're left to sit in the driver's seat. Definitely don't want these guys driving the game, because once they do, they never let up. Even if the play goes poorly, like I mentioned earlier on in that game, they're immediately right back into it. They don't care that they just made a bad play. They're gonna find you with another good play. They're gonna keep winning. And the guild find themselves with a nice 2-0 here against Mint in a honestly very dominant fashion. Mint could do very little to answer anything back that the guild gave them, and this means the guild are going to be moving forward in this losers bracket. Mint unfortunately going to be knocked out there off of this 2-0, so unfortunately for Mint, they are going to be knocked out.
Yeah, and that's the brutal reality of the open qualifiers. In the end, only 4 teams can qualify to the promotion tournament, and out of those, only 2 can win, and that's including the 2 relegation teams from NACL. It's a rough road, but Mint Gaming, I mean, gotta give props to them. They've gotten pretty far. They've definitely shown that they can play, and especially in that second map. Now, map 1 was definitely just fully the guild. They had control from start to finish, but this time around, even looking at that gold graph, while they never managed to get the lead back in their favor, you can see those big drops where they were just able to get something for themselves. They got those 3 dragons, just really well played by Mint Gaming. But at the end of the day, this lineup for the guild, it is incredibly powerful. Every single one of these players has made a name for themselves in the tier 3 scene. Some looking to make a name in the tier 2 scene. So looking forward to seeing what the guild will be able to accomplish going further in the tournament.
Yeah, me as well. And also, again, to mention, right, the guild, I do worry a little bit for them moving on into the bracket, because some of those slippier moments is definitely moments in which they can completely throw the game against some of these stronger teams that we've seen so far in the open qualifiers. So they definitely need to look back and try to clean those moments up, right? Like especially this early game, like where the Tristana was 2-0, right? Like that definitely can't happen. Like they can't just get surprised by an Ivern level 3 gank, right? Like that has to be cleaned up because that literally could have just given the keys to Ment to drive the game in their favor, right? They could have just easily taken over the game at that point. Um, Again, the guild, though, still showing that when they are allowed to take control of the game, they're going to be relentless in maintaining that control. So, well played once again to the guild. I'm looking forward to seeing bigger and better things out of every player in this that was in this series. And yeah, best of luck to the guild moving forward. And hopefully, I get to see some of the Minute Boys coming back. Next time.
And I'm sure they will be back. But with that being said, it is time for us to wrap up here on Titan Esports. I hope you all had a great time watching these series. I know I did. And if you really had a good time, be sure to leave a follow. And more importantly, be sure to be back here next week. We are not done with our NACL OQ coverage. We will be back here. We don't know what game we're doing quite yet, but you can be assured that it will be a good one. The teams that are remaining all deserve to be here. And with that, I was Tokubi. Joining me was Aussie. And we hope to see you next week. And you have yourselves a good night.
Good night, everyone.